Be sure to wave at the spotters parked off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave. Fly above the heading, clear to tickets. Go ahead, clear takeoff, watch your right.
Welcome to a cold and snowy Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, everybody, for live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. Happy Tuesday as we continue to progress through another fantastic week of weather up here in the North Star state of Minnesota. A stark turnaround from the cold snap that many of us endured over the long weekend. And at the viewing area today, temperatures have soared above freezing, and they're going to get even warmer on perhaps the best weather day in December. So we're excited to share all the live plane spotting with you as usual. And a big thanks to everybody who tuned in yesterday for our live program. My name's Alex, by the way, in case you're wondering. Welcome aboard. I'll be your captain for this afternoon's live plane spotting broadcast as we get underway from good old MSP. Apparently our scanner wants to pick up a little bit more than tower or ground right now at the moment. There we go.
2673 Minneapolis.
So how are we doing today? That's the big question.
Turn right heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Morning, Lee.
Go 6220.
Happy Tuesday. Circuit Breaker, good to see you. Yeah, it's a fantastic day to spot out today. I certainly agree with that.
Left turn right on Whiskey to runway 17.
Certainly no need to bundle up in heavy winter gear today, that's for sure. Morning, Trevor. Thanks for modding today. Want to give a big thank you to our mods in the live chat.
You good?
No, waiting on Rampart. You want to turn in or keep waiting?
Gordon, good morning.
792, just hold there, let me know on the
Get
show.
those MSP live emojis. Getting the hype train going today.
Bravo Delta Papa.
We had a humongous day yesterday with our live broadcasts. I'll tell you what, one of the best ever in channel history, and I'll tell you what, could not have been a more fitting result when we crossed a pretty major milestone as a channel, and we're looking to cross many more. So I want to give a big thank you to everybody that tuned in yesterday, as our channel hit 10,000 whopping subscribers. Hi, PJ. Hope your Tuesday's off to a good start so far. So you've been doing some spotting out at JFK, which has been pretty cool to hear about. All right, we'll certainly keep an eye on Delta 1322, scheduled for 11:42 a.m. All right. So know that you're watching somebody on that particular flight, so we'll try and keep an eye on it. Hey, I'm Ed Sports Fan 88. Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy Tuesday.
220 at 10. Your number 2, runway 30.
Morning, David. From Northwest UK. Found you yesterday. Terrific stream. Hey, thank you so much, by the way. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to have quite a few more departures featured today. Steve also celebrating 9 months of premium MSP Live membership. Thank you so much, Steve. That's huge.
The 121 heavy map tower, runway 30
we
left line.
love having Steve, all of our members, as a matter of fact. You guys are awesome. 9 months of enjoying the fun at MSP. Looking forward to much more. I am too.
Right, heading 230.
And thanks for dropping in as well today. All right, we're gonna get to some spotting here. All right, so we have a Heavy about to depart.
Turn right, heading 180, wind 220 at 9er, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2156, turn right at Delta, contact ground, point 9er.
Ground point 9er and taking a right here at Delta 2156. Have a good one. Ground Delta 2156, exiting Delta, going to Delta 6.
Delta 2156, taxi via...
Yeah, Cali
Bravo,
1 out of here in 20
Charlie,
minutes.
and Papa.
Thanks for the heads up, Noah.
Taxi
Delta
via
121
Bravo,
Heavy is
Charlie,
now lined up with
Papa,
runway
Delta
30 left. How about this? A350 action to start our show today.
Runway 17.
Whiskey cross 422 all the way to 17, Delta.
Delta 121 Heavy, wind 220 at 9er, turn right, heading 340, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Right turn to 340, 30 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 121 Heavy.
Try gate turn, Papa behind the CRJ rolling out.
We'll be flying up there.
So Delta 121 Heavy, they are just now starting their roll.
576 taxi. Let's go, Simon, ready?
Got a 576.
Yeah, 570.
Delta 121 Heavy
Roger,
with
taxi via
service
Quebec and
to
Quebec,
Tokyo
Delta,
Haneda.
Quebec,
It's a daily flight in and out of Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Super gate, continue. Yeah, 3534 on 17, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, hold short of runway 30 left. Quebec 75, taxi via runway 22 and Charlie 6 and just verify cycle 13 here quick.
Charlie 6
Departure.
today, sir.
Airbus, the Delta T series, continue via Quebec, Charlie, hold short of runway 30 left.
Quebec, Charlie will hold short 30 left behind Delta.
Delta 1322, minutes ground, push approved, runway 17.
Copy. Push approved for runway 17, Delta 1322.
Here we go.
The gate, turn into the gate behind the opposite direction, Embraer. 6220, roger, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 6, Charlie, hold short of runway 30 left, behind the CRJ coming in.
Charlie 6, Charlie, hold short of 30 left, to runway 17 behind the
It's 576, Monarch Tower, 126.7.
26.7K, United 576.
Go 3534, leave room for the opposite direction Airbus on Papa to turn into Delta 6. Go 6220, Monitor Tower, 126.7.
All right, I'm going to step down and adjust a couple things here really quick. Morris says hello from Kenya.
156, are you?
Well, hey,
behind the
welcome. Welcome to Minnesota.
Check in Delta 41.
1.9er. 2156, just taxi past the gate on Papa, double back on Quebec behind that Embraer, and then you'll be able to pull in.
Pull in Delta 41.
To flight 1322.
Go ahead.
Okay, we'll pull in.
Sky 6220, Minneapolis Tower on Charlie, cross, runway 30 left, turn right on Whiskey, cross, runway 422.
At Charlie Cross 30 left, right on Whiskey Cross 422, Skywest 1620.
Delta 2487, contact departure. Delta 2487, turn right heading 320.
757 300 action also will be featured today, aplenty. Delta runs quite a few routes with the 757 300 stretched flying pencil out of Minneapolis, St. Paul. This one is outbound for Phoenix today.
2305, Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 9er, runway 30 right, clear 2 land.
So all 16 of Delta's 757 300s were ordered and delivered
Tower, good morning,
to Northwest Airlines. So they are ex-Red Tails, all of them.
Up to 4207, Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 9er, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, Southwest 4207.
Taking around, get a rejoin.
Here's United outbound to Chicago's O'Hare. It's in the United Continental merger scheme that predates the current iteration of United's colors, the Evo Blue livery, which I'm much more fond of than this.
Seven might not need it, but 178, I think that's 10 minutes, so about 7 minutes so I can let you go.
Alright, 178 is address.
6220 trim outside the Yankee pole on the left side of the United, you'll both be in the flight for about 7 minutes.
We got some tailgating going on here.
Pull left on Yankee and wait on pad.
Push approved for 17, Southwest 3360.
SkyWest, who is also going to the same destination that our United flight is like, move it.
Delta 2274, fly runway heading, wind 2308, 7.
SkyWest outbound out of here with a CRJ.
Tower, hold, 4669, inbound visual, 3011.
4069 Minneapolis Tower, 2308, entries are left to land.
I would see 2 left to land, go for it.
Well, on a nice day such as this, you could count on anybody to be outside doing some stuff,
22, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Delta.
including snow removal.
Alpha Delta, hold short.
Why not take advantage of a marvelous day
2125, left scout, push approved.
to clean up some more of that snow? I agree. Today's a great day for it.
Delta 1322, join Alpha 7, hold short, runway 30 left. Got the Alpha
There we
7,
go.
hold short, 30 left. Delta 3.
Seeing that is never going to get old.
1322, Monitor Tower, 126.7. Monitor Tower, 126.7. 1267, Delta 1322, connect. 3534, Monitor Tower, 126.7. 126.7, catch 13.
I would not be surprised if we get to see snow removal such as this kind of throughout the day today just because of how great it is outside. Well above freezing.
2309, runway 30 right, clear to land. 410 flight, Minneapolis Tower, South Cross, runway 30
Usually up here in Minnesota we get a nice thaw after Christmas into January at some point, or even February, but looks like we're going to get that thaw a little bit early.
Got a ground point 9.
Tower, 126.7. 126.7, have a good one.
Richard.
Tower Delta 314, with you, visual 30 left.
Delta 314, Minneapolis Tower, 30 left to land, wind 2309.
Go land 30 left, Delta 314. Mountain ground, Delta 3316, ready taxi.
Delta 1322, Minneapolis Tower, traffic formal final at Alpha 7, cross, runway 30 left, join whiskey.
Alpha 7, 30 left, join whiskey, Delta 1322.
Southwest 4207 to left at Charlie, taxi towards your gate, cut ground point enter.
Left at Charlie, taxi towards our gate, contact ground, Southwest 42.
Goes 3534, Minneapolis Airport, traffic 4, 3 mile final at Charlie, crossing my 30 left, turn Whiskey, crossing my 4.
Charlie cross 30 left, and on Whiskey cross 4, Scott 3534.
United 576, you wait for a Delta Embraer jet to pass your right wing, then follow them.
4207, taxi Tango to the gate, Tango Delta behind the company coming up.
Got some more southwest.
Us, runway 4 at Whiskey Zulu, follow United Delta 1322.
Oh, looks like we got not one, we got two of those snowblower trucks.
You'll wait for 2 to pass, and then follow a Delta Airbus 320, then 17.
Tower Skies 3534, there's a little bit of that maintenance issues. There's someone.
And if you guys are asking, hey, is this the little truck that was in the thumbnail? Yes, it is.
Zulu pulling to the, it's turn left at Kilo 8, and let me know what you need.
Okay, left on Kilo.
Yeah, these guys are flinging snow if it's on the ground.
That'd be Whiskey Kilo 8. Continue Whiskey crossing in for
Oh,
Kilo
good
8.
thing. There's a lot of it to go around.
Southwest 3316, you can step in at your discretion, monitor West Tower. Oh, we'll push West Tower, appreciate it, Southwest 3316.
The 3534, turn left on the runway 22, and just clear Whiskey 8 your tail. We're too big to swing it back down the tango and back, so turn left on the 22, clear Whiskey.
Left 22, clear Whiskey, so that's 3534.
Our next arrival is coming in from Sioux Falls.
576, continue to run 17 now.
I've been to Sioux Falls once. Downtown is pretty interesting, but once you get outside of there, there's not a whole lot to do that I know of.
Point south 75, 9 miles an hour, 30 left, marking Charlie 5, good morning.
So 2775 Minneapolis, good morning, wind 24012, gust 49, runway 30 left to the land.
To the land, 30 left, Delta 2775.
Goes 4069, turn right there at Delta, get a ground point enter.
Right at Delta, ground point enter, Delta 39.
Delta 2271 Minneapolis, Charlie cross my 30 left, turn Whiskey cross my 4.
Charlie cross 30 left, Whiskey cross 4, Delta 2271.
Goes 6220,
yeah.
I did tell you to come out of the fast falling one, but we're going to cancel that just right there and I'll give you a different seat.
Hold here, Sarah. That one's 5.
Delta 2125, tower 126.7. Yeah, Whiskey crossing right 22. Whiskey cross back to 25. Monitor West Tower 123.67 for sequence.
Deliver 4750, going pop, get a ground point enter. Test plate, fly heading 330, wind 23013, gust 49, run at 30 right, so take off.
For 4750, I've got like the pop.
Here we go. This is flight 1322. One of our viewers says, family on board. Have a safe flight.
3013, gust 49, run at 30 left to the left.
Quick 3, have you proceed via Sierra Delta, full sort of sector with you.
You're Delta, hold shuttle track.
Delta 1322. It's off to Tucson, Arizona.
Experience on the CPDLC, please. So 314, cut a ground point enter.
Ground point enter,
576 by heading.
All right, how about some C-130 action off the north parallel, runway 30 right.
So it's 3316, another minute and a half your timer, and 17 minute away.
Yep, there they go. We got Eastern Air Express. So I think they were coming out of Signature. They're going to go to 17 to depart today.
Okay, so you got to verbally, you got the full route from clearance? If we didn't know that, thanks, you're good to go then. 2775 for night, got a ground flight on it.
Good ground 19, Delta 9775.
Southwest 3316, fly heading 180, wind 230, 13, gust 20 and 17, clear for takeoff. Endeavor 5175, and you have a turn and 30 right to the land. 5175, test and hold in position. United 576, got exposure.
Across runway 32. Mike and Papa cross. Delta 9775.
I'm off.
You'll wait, you rush out to your left, that's pretty heavy. Victor, you can verify on Delta, hold short of runway 30 left. On Delta, hold short of 30 left, that's pretty heavy. Victor, thank you, Monitor Tower 126.7. On 2.7, so that's pretty heavy.
Tower 7, 6220. What's our release time?
Good 6220, get to airborne top of the hour. 10 minutes, let's have you follow the flight 73 off your right wing.
Right, 10 minutes, and we will follow the 73 off the right wing. Sky left,
Tower Delta 2134 is visual 30.
3162, got a ground flight on it. Just 3737, fly heading 320, next 30 right, going to take off.
So 2775, affirmative on Papa, cross runway 4.
All right, everybody. So we're going to talk a little bit here about what's coming in. So we do have some inbound heavy arrivals that will take place here within the 12 o'clock hour. Got Delta 161 heavy coming in from AMS with an A330 Neo today. Delta 259 heavy from Dublin. It's doing it around approximately 50 minutes, so around 12:40. We will catch their arrival. It's an A330 200, by the way. 861 November Whiskey. There's only 11 A330 200s on Delta's roster, so they are a lot harder to catch than their 767 400 ERs if you're just looking at the global Delta map.
Delta 2575, now ground and push it back is approved for 30, right? Go 3554, hold short of whiskey.
Hold short of whiskey, go 35.
And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. My name's Alex. Going to be doing some fantastic live plane spotting today. Well, I'll tell you what. We had a lot of fun yesterday, crossed a pretty big milestone on the channel, 10,000 subscribers. As a matter of fact, I want to thank everybody for tuning into the live shows and just for all the wonderful support these past couple years, actually, since this project got off the ground.
So 2270 flight 180 and 23015, gust 23, runway 17, good takeoff.
All right, so we're going to take a look while we have a brief break in the action. We're going to talk about the operations flow today from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. We're at what's called a mixed north flow. So we have quite a few departures that will be departing on the west side of the airport. It's because we have sort of a stiff crosswind component now on our parallel runways. 30 left and 30 right are active for all arriving traffic into the Twin Cities at MSP Airport. Departures off the north parallel and the west runway. The heavy departures, though, there is an exception. The heavies will use runway 30 left. So we will certainly catch some heavy departures later today. Delta 160 off to AMS. Of course, to open up the broadcast, we caught Delta 121 heavy off to Tokyo.
5175, turn left Charlie, join top, and kind of ground point in. Correct.
Center 5175, Memphis contact to be a Papa, what's the gate? Papa, going out the coast.
45 Minneapolis, starting 17, line up and away.
4437, Minneapolis, ground, your pushback is through for 30 right.
Early, hold short of kilo, please. Go 6220, short of kilo if you can.
Short of kilo, Skywest 6220.
Go 3033, Minneapolis, starting 30 right, clear to land, wind 23015, gust 23.
The drug got me out, approaching steering girl, number 2955.
Go 6534, thanks. Delta crossing at 30 left, got a ground point 9, let them know what gate you're on to. Delta 2134, turn right at Delta, got a ground point 9.
How about Mike for Delta 2134?
Yep, that's what I meant, but didn't say. Mike, exit ground point 9, get in.
Mike and point 9, we all do that, Delta 2134.
Thank you. It's 455 180 and 23015, gust 23 or 17, give takeoff.
And ground Delta 2134.
Either it's been a long morning or the caffeine hasn't kicked in yet.
Mike Papa, cross runway 4. Mike Papa, crossing 4, Delta 2134.
What kind of express report?
Ground 73534 around Delta, going back to Charlie 14.
Got 3534, Memphis ground, roger, taxi the Delta Papa.
Delta Papa 1037.
Jazz 718, Minneapolis, ground pushback is approved and expect 30 right, point 9 over the deck.
Up to 2125, flight
Got a SkyWest house livery CRJ that just arrived north side.
Scott 4229, Memphis ground taxi to be Papa, cross 4, pass behind the Embraer ahead and second the gate.
Minneapolis Tower 123, 013, gust 23 on 30 left to the left.
Clear land 30, South 2724.
Good. 6220, appreciate it. 17, line up and late. Course will diverge of the Airbus.
John Johnson, hey, thanks for tuning in this morning. Yeah, a little bit. I'll tell you what, it certainly seemed a little bit busier than yesterday. Things I know for a fact, they are certainly going to heat up a little bit later into this afternoon, as Tuesdays typically tend to be a little bit busier in the afternoon, from my recollection, especially for Sun Country. Seems that Tuesdays in general are one of the busier days of the week.
2134, hold short of runway 22 and just give way to the exiting RJ and then continue to act time. Alright, short of 22.
MRS 811. Yeah, I agree. Beautiful day for spotting indeed.
20 therefore, I think they can cross 22 on pop now.
Yeah, so we have officially graduated out of the freezer and now into the fridge. When it comes to temperatures, we are, I think, going to get about as warm or warmer tomorrow. The weather's going to be much cruddier, though, unfortunately.
Alright, 180
heading, 17 clear for takeoff, Kevin, 2220.
653, 58, Minneapolis Tower, and 23015, gust 23, and they 30 right to the line.
Yep, 1322 did take off. They took off behind us where we couldn't see. So we were able to get the taxi as they came by the viewing area and everything, so looking okay.
Therefore, 775, no contact to the pop out of the gate. You say Bravo 13. Bravo 13. Yeah, right, that. Delta 24, 37, or 30 right, taxi to Papa.
Papa 30 right, Delta 24, 37. Contact, 30 left.
5910, Minneapolis Tower, and 30 left to the land, wind 23014, gust 21.
30 left, clear to land, exit dimension.
So 2575, that 320 heading, you can express, good flight. Go 6220 and 180, contact express, good day.
180 departures, go 6220. Delta 192, taxi 0.
Delta 2982, runway 17, taxi via Delta Bravo, correction, via Delta Bravo Charlie, hold short of runway 30 left.
Delta Bravo Charlie, hold short of 30 left. Grab Skywest 3833, joining pop-off for Charlie 26.
Sky 333, maps contact, via Pop.
Taxi pop-off, Skywest 3833.
Look at the aircraft viewing area here this morning. Pretty deserted at the moment. I would assume that more people are going to file into here maybe later on throughout the day. Most people are either at work or at school right now.
Delta and monitor tower 126.7.
267, yeah, Delta, sure, good left, Delta 24.
Delta 2982, Minneapolis Tower, Delta, cross 930 left, turn whiskey, cross 94.
Delta 2982, clear cross 30 left on Delta, whiskey, cross 4.
24 Minneapolis Sky behind Arctis Company taxi via Alpha to the gate.
Line Company Alpha to the gate, Delta 2724.
US 4245 Minneapolis Tower, wind 22013, gust 21 runway 30 right, set on. So 2437 Minneapolis Tower, 30 right, line up and wait.
Well, I'll tell you what, our wind conditions are much different than they were yesterday. Quite a bit gustier. There was practically zero wind yesterday. Winds were completely calm through most of the day. Or light and variable at its strongest point.
Whiskey, hold short runway 30 left on Delta.
Blue Streak 5350, gonna go front end.
Oh, ground. Blue Streak 5358, ground taxi via Delta, what's the gate? Delta, we're going to Echo 11. Delta, Echo 11. Ferry monitor, tower 126.7.
These are 32 at Quebec, cross 2422. Estimate 50 Lima Golf, Minneapolis Tower, wind 24012, and a 30 left to the line. Delta 2437, catching parts, you get it.
And out of Echo 5, let's go. Breaker 3521, this Minneapolis ground, you can push back after the outbound Air Canada leaves. After them, push back Spoofer 17.9er for the taxi.
30 right, clear to land.
Breaker 3520, so that'll be a 30 right.
Yeah, circuit breaker. Interesting to know. Yeah, there were a few go-rounds. I know early this morning.
2982, flight at 180, wind 24014, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Delta Papa John supported.
2910, turn left, Whiskey 5 or Whiskey 7, taxi.
Got another biz jet sneaking in.
Whiskey 76, 2910, Roger, flight us will be crossing Delfield. Plus 98, X-ray, Golf X-ray, Minneapolis Tower, right side traffic exit fired, Delta crossing 30 left.
So they're going to go to signature.
Cross 30 left, Delta, taxi via Delta Papa 9er, Golf X-ray.
It's Brian Live. Hey, good afternoon. Happy Tuesday. Hope our week is off to a great start. Tracy, also good afternoon. Yeah, that's right. We're down to the afternoon hours. Just past 12 o'clock.
Back up for 17 departure, we're all done. Back up for 17 closure, we're all done. 47, sure, runway 17 closed.
So our arrival from Dublin with the A330-200 is under a half an hour away.
47, any crossing restrictions?
Also, Delta 161 Heavy, by the way, arriving in 19 minutes.
Ops on 17, any crossing restrictions?
So we will get a glimpse of some 330 action here in just a moment. So usually when the heavies arrive from Amsterdam and then from Dublin here on Tuesdays, that kicks off the lunch rush. So we're kind of in the lull period between the morning rush and the lunch rush. So a lot of our international arrivals, they will coast in during the 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock hours. And they'll be sprinkled all throughout the day today when it comes to the Delta Heavies.
Yes, 4245, join Pop, got a ground point in.
So our next airliner arrival on runway 30 left, United 397 on the downwind, making a left base on the approach path for 30 left, coming in from Denver, an A319.
Scout 4245, minutes contact via Papa.
Also keeping an eye on Delta 153 Heavy from Paris. It'll be coming in just under an hour. So a little after 1 o'clock is when we can expect them.
New Zealand Delta, turn off Delta, Whiskey 6, picture ramp.
All right. There we go. Rosie, happy to catch this flight for you. Rosie says, my son is on Delta 161 from Amsterdam. Can't wait to see him. That's super cool. Thanks for sharing that with us. Yeah, we'll absolutely be keeping an eye on it. Not just because it's a heavy, but if you got a flight that you know somebody's on, or, hey, even if you're on that flight, let us know. Hi, Treyvork. Happy Tuesday. Good to be back out here. And goodness me, things are warming up. We're already at 37 degrees right now, according to our last weather reading.
718 Minneapolis, Roger, one arrival.
Tower 9397, visual 3011.
United 397 Minneapolis Tower, wind 25014, gust 200, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, 397.
There we go. There's our incoming flight that we just talked about from Denver. 161 Heavy, under 15 minutes away.
And ground air, so the 4004, that gate Echo 7, ready to push back off the gate.
Air shell 4004, Minneapolis ground, push back through for 30 right, 0.9 for the taxi.
Push through for runway 30 right, push back into crew, show
4004. Project Jet 873, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey, and you can change our frequency to 2.9.
Hi, Sean. Happy Tuesday. Great to see you back on. Oh, wow. Only 10 degrees colder than here in Sacramento, California. All right.
Line up and away.
I think the weather forecast said it was supposed to get up to about either 40 or 41 degrees Fahrenheit today. So if we could, so our moderators, if we could get a poll in our live chat and ask our viewers, are we going anywhere for the holiday season? Are we taking a plane trip somewhere? Are we flying? Yes or no? And if so, where? I'm staying in town after I think the last couple of years of going out of town for the Christmas holiday.
30 for Charlie 1.
Delta 629, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa.
So it'll be the first time in a few years that I've actually, you know, spent Christmas here in Minnesota back home. Or at home, I should say.
Caution jet blast, caution brake turbulence, 30 right, line up, wait, your discretion.
Yes, t-shirt weather. Shorts and flip-flops too, I would also say. Oh, nice. Go to Miami on Christmas Day for a cruise. All right. Which cruise line are you taking? I've never done a cruise. But I know that Royal Caribbean is a really good cruise line to go on if you're looking at doing a voyage.
Sun Country 86, 83 to verify from control point 88, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta, hold short of runway 30 left. And tower shows
3569, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2401, August 209, 30 left, good line.
Runway 30 left, clear to land, goes 3569.
Make off X-ray, flight in 340 and 240, August 209 and 30 right, clear for takeoff. Jet 661, take 3 with Whiskey 6. Street car 3521, Minneapolis Tower, hold short of Papa 2.
Oh, interesting. So it looks like
Got 3521, short of Papa 2 and monitor tower.
let's check out our flight schedule here for later today.
Hey, Raj, so the 4004 ready taxi.
Official 4004, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
30 right, Delta Papa, official 4004.
So it looks like we're going to get Atlas Air back again today.
We've got 3520, Minneapolis Tower.
So with regard to that flight, which is scheduled to arrive around 4:54 p.m., pretty close to the evening here. Because of how little daylight we have at the end of the days. And the rule is pretty clear. The viewing area is open from dawn to dusk, no exceptions.
Visit 873, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 7 mile, final runway 30 left, line up and away.
So it'll kind of be a roll of the dice if we're able to catch it or not. Well, I'll tell you what, with this bright sun, it's hard to see the camera's viewfinder. Sorry about that. I'm searching around. I'm like, where is this thing? We'll have to find a solution for that. Add that to the list of improvements coming up. Here's our United A319 from Denver.
United 397, turn right at Mike, got a ground point on it.
Mike, over to ground, United 397
Denver and Chicago are the two most popular routes in and out of the Twin Cities.
Mike, Quebec, cross runway
And they're constantly in a tug of war between who's busier.
Cross runway 4, United 397.
21093, 0 left, cleared for takeoff.
Classic Juliet Papa, map runway 30 left, taxi the whiskey, and you can monitor frequency ground point on it. Sun Country 86 to 83, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower 83.
Delta 161 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, 23012, gust 21, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, Delta 161 heavy.
All right, there we go. Delta 161 Heavy cleared to land.
340, set expired.
Right turn 340 over departure today,
Delta 259 Heavy, by the way,
On you will be next. You can take up Joe Chart, next 30 right. Another
is over western Wisconsin right now. And they have yet to cross the St. Croix River, which is the border between Minnesota and Wisconsin. So they'll be coming in here pretty soon. It's too far out for the camera to see, but I just saw 161 Heavy swoop onto the approach path for 30 left, making that right base turn.
Sun Country 683, Minneapolis Tower, next turn up the 5 mile final. Taxi Delta crossing the 30 left, taxi Delta Papa, monitor point on the other side.
Delta Papa to 30 left and cross 30 left, Delta Papa and monitor ground 3.
This is 569, turn right Alpha 8, turn off, got the ground point in it.
Alpha 8, Alpha ground point on scale supporting 35.
Go to the 521, turn right heading 360, wind 23010, gust 20, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff.
I'll tell you what, that was a log roll with this E175LR arrival.
SkyWest 3569, that's ground.
Not quite a full send, but I'll tell you what.
Mike Papa, cross runway 4.
I think that's probably the longest landing roll that I've seen an E175 do here at MSP Airport.
So 54 Minneapolis, submitting pushbacks approved. Expect runway 30. All of your runway on the taxi might be 17, so thanks to and 0.9 for the taxi.
All right, everybody, our next arrival at runway 30 left, Delta 161 Heavy from Amsterdam with the A330-900
Airfield 4004, Minneapolis 73 right, let up.
Blue Streak, 5542, Minneapolis, making a little pushback is approved for 30 right, 0.9 over the taxi. And Southwest 1554, 17 should be open here about 5-6 minutes, expect that. Southwest 1554, sorry, unfortunately there, just tell us now, it's vehicles on there 50 minutes, still a little for 30 left. Yeah, that's our last songs again. Minneapolis, guys, push back to 30 right, 0.9 over the deck. The sky was 3969, take it again. Keep Bravo.
Good Alpha 8, John Alpha, got a ground point in it.
Flight 8, Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 161 Heavy.
4004 to right, heading 360. Little 4004 to right, sir, please.
I direct out maybe Minneapolis departure is Tango Group 72955.
In the right turn, 360, Quebec departure, good day.
Heavy joining Alpha for Alpha 8. Or I'm sorry, Golf 8.
Delta 161 Heavy, up ground taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4, Delta 161 Heavy.
3 guys, 2030 left. Super takeoff. Circuit 86, 83, Minneapolis Tower, wind 23013, gust 20, flighting 360, right turn 360, 930, right, super takeoff. Minneapolis Tower, wind 3012, gust 20, runway 30. York 6, Juliet Papa, turn left heading 230, scheduled departure.
Left heading 230 over departure 5
Let's Tango's current, and runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
Get Tango 30 right via Delta Papa.
Citation 7, Hotel Juliet, Minneapolis ground Tango's current. You can change my frequency .9er when able, runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
There's Delta 161 Heavy. Got Delta 259 Heavy now. Cleared to land on 30 left.
From the runway, you'll pick them up.
7 Juliet, run down to the right, 30 left via Whiskey. 1954, you change .9er right, 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
Circuit City 6, 83, northbound, scheduled departure, good flight.
Tower Southwest, 1983, let's say for visual and waiting for
So it's 1983, even up Circuit A, crash Blake Turbine, falling that heavy 330, 7.5 miles ahead, wind 23011, gust 19, runway 30 left, good land.
SkyWest 3569 after the pushback, join Quebec.
Alright, after the push, we'll join Quebec.
All right, Delta 259 Heavy.
Behind the CRJ American
Almost ready to touch down on 30 left. There we go. There's our arrival from Dublin.
Hotel Juliet, Minneapolis Tower, next arrivals on a 6-mile final crossing jet west of the heavy runway 30 left, flight up line. Delta 259 Heavy, turn right, Mike, showing Alpha crossing there forward as you cut across by 9.
Mike, Alpha cleared across runway 4.9.
Hotel Juliet, left heading 280, wind 24011, gust 19, runway 30 left, good takeoff.
Delta 259, we're cleared across 4 for Fox 14.
Delta 259, hey, we have scan route.
Blue 5542 Minneapolis Air, departure turn right heading 3.
All right, so our Dublin Heavy has arrived.
24010, gust 19, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. Plus 1983, if you're checking the ILS, they're turning off for maintenance. Southwest 1983, if you're checking the ILS, they're going to turn it off.
Sorry, we got the RNAV language still. Yeah, but we still have it as
Okay.
ghosted right now for 1983.
Got an RNAV approach.
North 7, Hotel Juliet, turn left heading 180, 180, cut express.
180 departure, 7 Hotel Juliet.
West at 1845 Minneapolis, Tower, 3 to right, line up and line. Minneapolis, Tower, 3 to left, line up and line.
Item away, 20 left, stop road.
West at 1845, turn right heading 320, wind 24011, gust 19, runway 30 right, take off. West at 1845, turn right heading 320. 1845, landing 320, 31.
Tower 63, 3043, coming on visual for 30 left.
Blue 5542, northbound 360, heading Alcott Expressor. Southwest 1983, taxi Delta Park, monitor point 9.
Alright, Delta Park, monitor point 9 or Southwest 1983.
Southwest 1554, turn left heading 280 and 24015, gust 19, runway 30 left, good takeoff.
Left turn 280, clear for takeoff, 30 left, stop road.
Go 3686 Minneapolis Tower, wind 24012, gust 19, runway 30 right to the line. So goes 330, 43 Minneapolis.
There we go. We
Tower,
got
wind
WestJet taking off on the North
24012,
Parallel
gust
with the
19,
new
runway 30
livery.
left to the line.
Visual left to the land, 3043.
West at 1845, 320, heading cut express, just west. Not a left turn, just slide at 320. Cut express, right at 1845, cut express.
All right, looks like we might be starting to see some more departures on 30 left. Hopefully that's a trend that will continue.
1554, turn left further, heading 180, cut departure.
Left turn 180, contact departure, Southwest 1554.
That's more like it. Hi, J-Ro. J-Ro saying hello from Arlington, Texas. All right. Marco Selly as well. Hello, welcome. Sorry, guys, I haven't been paying attention too much to the live chat. Just working on figuring out what's inbound and outbound. I'm preoccupied with tracking flights. Aren't we all?
Delta 1519, map sky, push back.
So in addition to the two heavy arrivals that we just had here around the lunch hour, we'll also have Delta 153 Heavy that'll be coming in from Paris with an A330. Also, a quick update on later today, Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul, South Korea. We ain't going to catch it. It's so late. They're going to get in around 7 p.m. well after dark. Well after we need to be out of here. As far as the Atlas Air 747 goes, if they are early, by about 15 minutes, we might stake it out. That, of course, depends. No guarantees. Nighttime spotting is not allowed at the viewing area.
Go 3686, turn left to Charlie, take the top at a park minor point enter in.
Good. Anything interesting?
2695, map sky, push approved, runway, it'll be 12 right for now, 17's close.
12 right and push through 2695, fully got tango.
Alright, out here just to see if the owls were...
Is flip the airport around?
No, it's just, I think they're doing something on it. We're going to be, oh, you know what, I'm sorry about that. I was thinking we were 12s here, but 30 left, Delta 2695.
No, I know. I had a chance to pop over. I thought I would come over and see if there's...
30 left, Delta 2695, sorry about that.
Alright, 30 left, 2695.
I mean, we just had Dublin come in, we had Amsterdam come in. We're still waiting on Paris.
Yeah, I live literally right over there, one of the condos, so I can see them when they're coming.
Pound air 4899 visual 30 left.
Watch them.
Number 4899,
Yeah, we actually
Minneapolis,
make it a,
30 left to the line, wind 2409, gustable 9er.
0 left, 2 landed.
Yeah, they might taxi close here.
3043, Mike Sierra, November, Lima, cross for the 17.
Yeah.
Alright, Mike Sierra, November Lima, cross runway 17, secondary 3043.
Okay, 3070, map sky, push approved, runway 30 right.
Uh, 30 left available for Delta 15.
So 2242, map sky, push approved, runway 30 left.
It's approved 30 left now, Delta 2242.
Well, 1048, map sky on use caution, company's pushing off 19, one able, push approved, runway 30 left.
1 able on clear to push, company push off caution, off 19 and 30 left for Delta 1048.
Just pushing now, Charlie 9.
3686 join, Quebec short of it, and 2 at 1 again.
Hi, Daniel. Happy Tuesday. Good to see ya. Tell you what, this is the best weather day of the year so far.
Runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Hi, Tony. Tony says, hey, hello from Burslem, England. All right. Welcome to Minneapolis. Welcome to the States.
Alpha 7 will show it.
Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. We're just getting started with ours here. Well, actually, we're halfway through with ours now, I guess. All right, we're getting around 37 degrees Fahrenheit now. It's continuing that warm-up. Also, hey, Alan, thanks so much for the €10, or the 10-pound super chat I meant. Thanks for the stream. Have a Christmas drink with me. All right. Thanks so much for that.
So the 1519 you released to Detroit is 49er to 52. Time is 45.
49er to 52, thanks. Delta 1519.
Is 2695 for taxi?
Affirmative.
2695, thanks. Runway 30 left or 17 if you want. You're probably already set up for 30 left. I guess 17 open early. But 30 left taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, Delta 2695, 30. Bravo, set 1530.
Jan says, hi, y'all from Germany. Great to see another MSP live stream. Well, thanks for tuning in. Guten Tag.
Delta 2651, expect runway 30 left. Delta 1862, MAM's ground push approved, it'll be runway 17.
It's a good question. I'm going to answer it. That's why I brought it up. So has anyone else in the chat taken the Borealis train yet? I have twice. Great both times. That's a service by Amtrak from Union Station, or Union Depot in St. Paul, I mean, all the way to Chicago's Union Station.
I assume that was you, taxi via Papa Cross runway 4.
I have not taken the Borealis yet. I kind of do want to go take the Borealis. You know what would be a really good use of the Borealis is you'd go to St. Paul's Union Depot, pack all of our gear, and go do some spotting at Chicago O'Hare.
Okay, west 3870.
Take the Borealis on the way down. That'd be really fun. Oh, nice, Tony. Had a fire pit going this morning. There you go.
Watch that 1530, monitor ground, point 8 the rest of the way.
You know what? It's actually not going to be a bad evening for gathering around a fire pit.
Tower, wind 2308, runway 30 left, middle line.
Especially around here. I feel like that could work. What do you guys think? Fire pit weather? Yeah? No?
Alpha is able, Delta 1048.
2651, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha. Delta 2225, Memphis ground, push approved.
Got our next arrival here on runway 30 left. Got a lot of the smaller jets today.
Delta 1040, can you make a left turn out of there now? Company's leaving off your left.
Number 4899, turn right Delta behind the 73 and contact ground on point 9.
Right turn Delta behind the 73, ground point 9, 4899.
Delta 1519, map tower, wind 2308, turn right heading 360, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Right turn heading 360, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
More snow removal.
Denver 4628, Minneapolis Tower, wind 230 nobody's on final, runway 30 right, line up, wait, short delay for traffic in your departure corridor.
Yeah, they were doing quite a bit of that earlier.
Bravo Charlie, Papa, Air 49.
So, folks, it looks like we have shifted from a mixed north flow into a completely straight up north flow. So that's good. We'll get departures and we'll get arrivals primarily on both parallels. So it looks like 17 is done for the moment, which is good. So we'll have
2242, runway 3 is your left taxi via Alpha.
We'll have some departures coming out here to say hello just a little bit. Delta 5019 is our next departure. Headed off to Motown, and they are on the roll, departing 30 left.
Delta 2695, you'll give way to the company 757.
Roger that, we'll give way.
Thanks.
Delta 1519, connect departure, have a good flight. Working day, Delta 1519.
Have a great flight to the state of Michigan today.
Skywest 392, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2308, traffic hold in position, runway 30 right, couldn't land.
All right, so our next arrival coming in from Dallas.
Skywest 3870, tower heading 340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. Denver 4628, connect departure, have a good flight. Delta 2651, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 7 miles, final runway 30 left, line flight, right, on field. Minneapolis Southwest 3988 is a mile and a half outside of Narco on visual 30 left. Southwest 3988, Minneapolis Tower, wind 230 at 7, traffic hold in position, runway 30 left, to the left. To the left, 30 left, Southwest 3988. Delta 2 minutes, tower, traffic hold in position at Charlie Cross, runway 30 left, runway Whiskey Cross, runway 4. Charlie Cross 30 left, join Whiskey Cross 4, Delta 1862. Delta 2972, turn right at Mike and contact ground on 49. Mike 49, Delta 2972. Skywest 3870, turn right heading 360, establishment heading, contact departure.
Runway 4.
Alpha Cross runway 4 for Delta 2972. 651, fly heading 300, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 300, take off 30 left.
2264, Maps ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved for 17, Delta 2264. Still left, line up and wait. Delta 2409, Minneapolis Tower, traffic hold in position, wind 2208, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Looks like 17 might be open for departures once again.
Runway 30 left, clear to take off. Skywest
contact ground on point 8.
25 seconds.
2225, runway 30, approach runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short for runway 30 left to be in front of us at some point.
Alright, Charlie 5, Charlie, and hold short at 30 left.
Give way to the 75 Charlie 5.
Where's 75 at Charlie 3 Delta?
At Charlie 5 is ahead and to your left, sir. 1056 at Knoxville. Delta 1056, I'm sorry, wind 2208, runway 30 left, to line traffic, hold in position.
Clear to land 30 left, Delta 1056.
Delta 1048, connect departure, have a good flight.
Good day, Delta 1048.
Delta 2242, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 5 miles, final runway 30 left, line up, wait.
Last line of wake on 2242.
Delta 1862, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2208, flight heading 180, runway 17, take off. Delta 139 turn left, contact ground on point 9. Delta 13988, turn left at Charlie, contact ground point 9. Endeavor 5045, connect departure.
Southbound 3988 clearing 30 left Charlie gauge hotel 12.
3988, maps contact via Charlie Tango.
Charlie Tango southbound 39.
Yeah, the signal is Victor, turn up for 2954. Delta 2242, turn left heading 230, runway 30 left, take off.
30 left, surface takeoff, Delta 2242.
Okay, Micah, thanks for the update.
Train 450, Mike Hotel, maps ground, runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
Whiskey to 30 left, 450 Mike Hotel.
Delta 2409, turn left at Mike, contact ground on point 8. Delta 1862, connect departure, have a good flight. Minneapolis arrival, mission India departure, Victor, altimeter 2954.
Ground Delta 2264 with you in the Charlie, hold short of 30 left, Delta 2264.
Delta 2242, connect departure.
Departure, Delta 2240.
Delta 2675, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait, trust, cross down field, nobody's on final.
0 left, line up and wait, Delta 2695.
Quebec, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short, runway 30 left.
Quebec straight ahead, cross runway 4, Mike, Skywest 3689.
That's 3689 on Mike, hold short, runway 30 left.
On Mike, short of 30 left, go 3689.
Delta 2327, maps ground, push approved, runway 17.
Clear to push for 17, Delta 2327.
Super Tech 6 Minneapolis ground, tow via Alpha, and short of Delta. 623 at Star Traffic, hold in position at Charlie, cross, runway 30 left, run Whiskey, cross, runway 4.
It's 30 left cross.
Delta 2623 at Charlie, cross, runway 30 left, join Whiskey and cross, runway 4.
At Charlie, cross 30 left, and cross runway 4 Whiskey. We're behind this up right now, Delta 2626.
Delta 2225 minutes tower at Charlie, cross runway 3 is left, run Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Alright, Charlie, cross 30 left on Whiskey, cross 4, Delta 2225.
Endeavor, we're going to have 2 Minneapolis tower and 30 right. Line up and wait. 105115, contact ground point 8. Delta 2019 minutes tower at Charlie, cross runway 3 is left, run Whiskey, cross runway 4, turn hold position.
Clear cross 30 left, cross runway 4, join Whiskey, Delta 2819.
Delta 2023, roger, yep. You're still clear cross at Charlie, and then join Whiskey, cross runway 4. Endeavor 40 up to 2, turn right heading 320, runway 30 right, clear to take off. Delta 2661, Minneapolis tower, traffic 7 miles on runway 30 right, line up and wait. Skywest 3597, Minneapolis tower, wind 230 at 10, gust 15, traffic hold in position runway 30 right, clear to land.
.2264, check transponder on squawk 3044.
All right, how about some flying pencil action?
We'll swap to the one.
It's an X Red Tail, former Northwest 757 300, taxiing Whiskey to 17 for departure.
Skywest 3689, monitor tower 126.7.
26.7, Charlie, 3689.
2264, I don't see it just yet.
We got a 717 also following closely behind as well.
6.7, we'll ask them. Thanks, Delta 2264.
Delta 2695, turn left heading 180, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 2661, turn right heading 340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Number 0 Mike Hotel, monitor tower 126.7.
There we go, closing in on almost 200 likes. Let's go, guys.
Delta 2264, tower, say again.
Delta 13 visual 0 left.
Gulfstream 0 Mike Hotel, fly runway heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
35327 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
Easter land 30 left, Delta 153 heavy.
All right, Delta 153 Heavy.
Runway 30 right.
30 right and push approved.
Not too far away from touchdown on runway 30 left. So it'll be arriving from Paris. It's an A330. So we'll have that coming up here in just about a couple minutes.
Delta 2225, wind 220 at 8, fly heading 180, runway 17, pick up.
So for folks who are just tuning in, welcome to the Twin Cities. Welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. My name is Alex. Boy, those biz jets have been noisy this morning. Good grief.
Turn right heading 360, contact departure.
Anywho, we'll be walking you through the action today. We'll be on the air till about maybe 4:30 or so.
Tower 25, 26 on the Aviation Park 30 line.
Delta 2526, Minneapolis Tower.
So we are in the middle of the lunch rush here at MSP.
Wind 220 at 23 left, good land.
20 left, good land up to 25, 22.
Skywest 152
Oh,
Lima,
wow,
turn right
look at
heading
this.
340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. Delta 2627.
How about some snow removal? There we go. How cool is that?
2225, contact departure.
Departure, good day, Delta 2225.
Delta 2623, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
All right. Time to catch Delta 153 Heavy arriving from Paris. I almost said 163 Heavy from Amsterdam, which, by the way, will be coming in later during our show today, so be on the lookout for that as well.
Minneapolis Tower, fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
So 163 is from Amsterdam, as I just mentioned, and then, of course, 153 here is from Paris.
Skywest 152 Lima, contact departure, have a good flight. Delta 2327, Minneapolis Tower, Alpha 5, cross runway 3 to left, join Whiskey, I'll have more for you.
Alpha 5, 030 left, join Whiskey, Delta 2327.
Endeavor 5412, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 3 to left, join Whiskey, across runway 4. Charlie, runway. Endeavor 412, heading Charlie, cross runway 3 to left, join Whiskey, across runway 4.
Alright, that's Charlie.
Delta 153, heavy turn right for Alpha, Alpha 9.
Right turn, join Delta, ground 19, Delta 123.
Delta 2819, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Skywest 3689, runway 17, line up and wait, wind 2208, gust 16.
Delta 123 Heavy, join in Alpha for Golf 3.
153 heading for the shot, thank you, the Alpha, press on SC2.
Alpha, cross 228, Delta 123.
Our clearance of South airspace from the south, the altimeter is 205.3, and the Abbott. Check Air 1, your radar contact 1 mile south of Minneapolis Bay altitude. Check Air 1, thank you. Delta 2623, contact departure. Delta 4262, contact departure. Endeavor 43 Minneapolis Tower, wind 2108, gust 16, 130 left, clear land. Delta 2819, stay altitude. Delta 2819, thank you, contact departure. Skywest 3689, vehicle finish in position, reference traffic near departure corridor, nobody's on final. Skywest 3689, continue holding a position, vehicle per minute, nobody's on final, traffic near departure corridor.
327, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta, Papa, on the ground, point 8.
Alright, 30 right via Delta Papa, over ground point 8 for monitoring, 327. That's 2147, 10 miles, 30 left.
American 2147 Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 10, gust 16, 23 left, clear to land.
Clear land, 30 left.
Delta 2526, turn right, contact ground 19.
American 29, that's 25.
Circuit breaker definitely noted. Yeah, we do need a pencil icon.
Aircare 1 traffic will be departing runway 17 south on the Denver Airport site.
We'll go for Aircare 1.
526 for Jordan Charlie here for Charlie 2.
More specifically, a pencil plane icon.
2526, taxi via Charlie Papa.
Charlie and Papa at Park Delta 2526.
26, more to go, 20.
5.8 Delta 2526.
Aircare 1 monitor North Tower, 123.905.
123.905 for Aircare 1.
SMF spotting. Hey, happy Tuesday. Thanks for tuning in. This is hello from California. All right.
Skywest 3689, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2264, wind 230 at 10, gust 16, runway at 17, line up point.
Runway 17, line up away.
Sun Country Airlines 737. Hello, happy Tuesday.
On the beach road, 30
Kilo Oscar Whiskey 954, Minneapolis Tower, wind 230 at 10, gust 16, runway 30 left. Stay, correct, runway 30 left, clear to land.
There we go, guys. We've got 5 legs to go till 200. Yeah, if you like what you see, give us a thumbs up. Let us know how we're doing. Also, if you're enjoying the live streams and you're like, hey, what are you going live next? Smash that subscribe button so you get notified for when we go live next. So I do know that tomorrow and Thursday there will be no live shows, but maybe looking at a Friday stream potentially. Maybe Saturday.
4, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Heading 180, 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 22.
There we go.
Endeavor, secured 14.
Over 200 likes. Thanks, everybody.
12, runway 17, line up point, wind 230 at 10, gust 16.
Ooh, I think we got a
3689, turn right heading 230, connect
helicopter.
Endeavor 46, Endeavor 43, contact on 0.9, good day.
There we go, guys. Our first helicopter sighting today.
Endeavor 43,
I think it's a medevac.
Delta 2264, connect departure, have a good flight.
Today, Delta 2264. Tower get after Delta 2647, about 8 out on the official runway 30 left.
Delta 2647, Minneapolis Tower, wind 230 at 10, and 30 left, middle end.
39, 30 left. If I can't see the go, I throw back on. We're not identifying it.
Endeavor 412, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2647, they're doing some maintenance on it. I don't know its current status other than it's out for maintenance right now.
Got that.
Delta 2327.
So they're talking about the weather station that's next to the threshold of runway 12 right.
American 2147, turn right, contact ground 0.9, CS.
Anyone want to guess? Windows updates? More than likely not. Just kidding around. There we go. We got American coming in. So regarding what ATC was talking about with the weather station receiving some maintenance right now, there you go. So that is the weather station. It's been featured nonchalantly in so many of our broadcasts. Pretty every single broadcast, we see it.
Number 5412, turn right heading 230, connect departure.
Well, now you know what that stuff is if you didn't.
Only 17, clear for takeoff.
So there we go. Got to give our weather station a tune-up. It's a great day for it. Really just anything outside that you need to get done. I mean, we've seen the snow removal crews. They've been out and about pretty much the entire day. Got a tune-up with a 12 right, 30 left weather station.
Yeah, West 3531, Minneapolis, welcome back. Wind 230 at 10, and 30 left of the land.
I'll tell you what, how about it?
Delta 2327, turn right heading 230, connect departure. Rodeo 954, turn off at Delta. Left turn whiskey in Texas, signature with me.
All right. So it looks like, according to our poll here, we got about 139 responses so far. Are you traveling for the Christmas holiday? Or just around this time of year in general? So we got 14% voted yes by plane, yes by other transport, 11%, and then pretty much the vast majority of us, 76% to be exact, we're staying home. There we go. There's our American flight that just arrived not too long ago. That's over at Concourse E.
Turn right, runway 4, it's available, contact ground 49.
Over to the runway, point 9 to 26476. Ground, good afternoon, Delta 2647 on runway 422 Port Gate, Golf 18.
2647, taxi the Alpha.
The Alpha, Delta 2647, thanks.
with 3581, turn right, contact on 49.
Like they did on Match. Remember that? I know, right? Stick that horn up your radar O'Reilly was. Yeah, remember that? He was talking to the Colonel Potter, drove up and was honking the horn. Yeah, I know. And radar said, I'm gonna shove that horn where the sun doesn't shine. Yeah, on your feet, Corporal. Yeah. You weren't out here when it was 50 below, were you? Yeah, anything. I'm hunkered down. I was sleeping with that. Yeah. That wind is something else. Yeah, you think it's too cold deep, but oh yeah, no kidding. Yeah, that was.
That's again.
You gentlemen have a Merry Christmas. Yeah, you too.
Hey, Dean, thank you so much. Dean sending us a $20 super chat. Just got home from 2 weeks in the UK doing Christmas markets. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun, actually. Probably won't fly somewhere now until January. Thanks. Hello from the flooded Skagit Valley in Washington State. Thanks for the hard work and great show. Well, you're welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a great Tuesday so far. I'll tell you what, we're getting a pre-Christmas thaw here in Minnesota. It's going to be like this tomorrow. It's probably not going to be as sunny as it is, I don't think. But the temperature is certainly going to be around the 40s like it is today. I mean, we are right now sitting around 37 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment. I think we should creep up to about 40. We'll see how it plays out. Slapstick 23 says hello everyone. Well, hello, happy Tuesday. Welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. There's plenty of cold and snow to go around. Well, it's not really that cold today, as we are above freezing. And I'll tell you what, it's been a great day outside. Now, of course, the sun right at our back has made things feel a little bit warmer than what the temperature is currently indicating.
Up to 661 runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
30 left via Whiskey.
Hi, Jessica. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for tuning in. Doing all right here at MSP Live. Slapstick, yeah, 45 there. Okay.
Runway 17, taxi Whiskey, cross 92.
It's thawing in Fargo, too.
17 via Whiskey, cross runway 92.
I'll tell you what, the roads are going to be a dandy tonight and tomorrow. All the slush. We've had snow removal crews. They've been hard at work here at MSP. Well, of course, today is a great day to get out and clear some snow. I'll tell you what. Speaking of clearing snow, I think we've got some more snow clearing action here now in range.
And number 5104, Minneapolis Tower,
Or
1230,
action cam.
10 Gus 16, 4930 left, good line.
Got some C-130 action there on the north side. We saw a little bit of the Air National Guard out and about yesterday, too. Hey, it's Wheels Up Aviation. How about this little guy?
Delta 2901, Minneapolis Tower, wind 230 at 11, running 20 left, good line.
Tell you what, that is certainly a nice pop of color. Trevor, one of our awesome mods, says the snow is starting to melt at my place. So out where I live, I can certainly confirm that en route to the viewing area this morning. Those roads were full of slush. And then, after Wednesday, it's all going to freeze.
17, clear for takeoff.
Contact Darwin, T3.7.
Ground point 9, Gus 26.
Upjet 661, Minneapolis Tower, wind 230 at 10, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Ground number 2656 on Delta for Charlie 12.
Delta 2656, let's contact via Delta Papa, monitor ground point 8.
Delta Papa, ground point 8, Delta 2656.
Jet 661, turn heading 230, connect departure.
Hello, Jerry. Happy Tuesday. It's 42 degrees here at Sioux Falls.
Wind check.
All right.
Wind 240 at 8. And there for 2104 to run at Delta, contact ground point 9.
That's ground point 9, Wind check.
Wind 240 at 8.
All right, cool. Slapstick has us on the big screen. All right, let's go.
Taxi the Delta Pop-Up on their .8.
Question for our wonderful audience here today. How many of you guys are watching on the TV?
Tower Delta 2958 visual 30 left.
Delta 2958, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2307, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, cleared to land, Delta 2958.
Delta 2901, turn right at Mike and contact ground on. 19, happy day.
Right here, Mike.
1.9, Delta 2901.
Right turn onto our favorite taxiway Mike. They're going the other way though. Still taxiway Mike.
Sir, have a nice day.
So earlier, we only had one Mike taxi close to the viewing area, but if you folks remember, we had Prime Air that came in and taxi close to us. That's about 300 feet away from where we are currently situated. So not the front surface road here.
Delta 2901 is
I'm going to zoom in on the
30 left and
taxiway sign here. Okay.
So 2901, Minneapolis contact.
There we go.
Alpha,
There's
cross
Mike.
the 4.
Alpha cross 4, Delta 2901.
So this taxiway, by the way, heavies will traverse this taxiway, especially the cargo ones. It's kind of in the middle of your screen. As it comes past the viewing area, it's from the center line to the edge of the fence, it's 300 feet away.
Approach, Tower American 3313 is 4000 visual 30 left.
American 3313, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2307, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, you can secure ILS now.
Yep.
Rally Girl 23 says, watching on the TV from Wisconsin. All right. Gordon's got us on the 65-inch. There we go. Well, Rosie's watching on the computer. Mostly watches on the phone. I'm more of a phone user. Paul UK has got us up on the tablet. There we go. Sean, iPad while working. There you go. A little multitasking. Citizen Tal, hey, happy Tuesday.
30
Citizen Tal, greetings from DFW. Thanks for streaming when it looks so cold. Yeah, I mean, it looks cold, but it's not as bad as you might think. It's getting up there. So, not sure when our little weather bug at the bottom will receive its next weather update. But we are expected to get up to about 40 degrees Fahrenheit today in the Twin Cities. We're expected, I think, maybe to get up to 41 tomorrow.
Tower United 1531, we are outside Abez, visual 30 left.
United 1531, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2308, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Little land 30 left, 31.
Delta 2958, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9, good day.
Delta 0.9 and Delta 1958. Ground Delta 2958 off on Delta, we're parked at Golf 22.
Delta 950, Minneapolis ground taxi to be Alpha.
To the gate via Alpha, Delta 2958. Good day.
All right. I think most of our live audience has this on the big screen. There we go. I believe one of our viewers also has the surround sound system hooked up. Can't imagine what that experience is like. Must be a lot of fun. Snow removal continuing. And as I've mentioned before, it's really kind of the best day for it. You got temperatures well above freezing. It's really nice to be outside. Looks like they're done working on the weather station over by the runway 12 right threshold. So the folks who were fixing the weather station, they were in that red truck. Oh, yeah, there we go.
United 1531, just confirm clear to land 30 left.
United 31 affirmative, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Thank you.
American 7313, turn right at Delta, contact ground 0.9, good day.
Delta ground point 9, American 3316.
Any afternoon sightings?
United 453 with Sun, instructions turn right on Alpha and Alpha 10, hold short runway 30 left.
Alpha 10, hold short, 30 left, unit 453.
Ground American 3313 is vacating 30 left at Delta, going to gate Echo 12. American 3313, Minneapolis ground taxi at Delta, Quebec, monitor point 8. Delta, Quebec, monitoring point 8, American 3313.
Here we go. There's United. Taking Alpha, that they will cross the threshold of 12 right on their way to 17 for departure, or unless they're going to be departing the south parallel in front of us. We'll just have to see where they go. All right, time to catch our next arrival.
Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon. Delta 1902 is 8 out for 30 left.
Delta 1902, Minneapolis Tower, 1240 at 9, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 1902.
United 1531, turn right at Delta and contact ground 0.9.
Delta point 9, United 1531.
United 453, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 out, traffic landing, and it expired to at Alpha 10, cross, runway 3 left, 2 on Whiskey.
Center cross 30 left, whiskey to 179, 453.
10. 1531, Minneapolis, contact via Delta, Quebec.
Delta, Quebec, United 1531.
Plus 212 Minneapolis, going push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, South.
There's our United departure, so they're headed out to runway 17. Don't know why I thought they were going to go to 12 right for just a second. I'm like, wait a minute, we're not at a south flow today. It's probably because I was spoiled with all of the arrival action that we caught yesterday. That was a lot of fun.
United 453, wind 2306, gust 16. Flight heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Need 180 up to 7,000, clear for takeoff, 17, United 453.
Oh boy, Gordon. Gordon says when I have the surround sound system, or I have the surround sound system turned off because when the commercials play, my two high performance lapdogs think there's an intruder. Oh dear.
Contact ground point 9.
But it's also ground point 9. This is what they're saying.
Sun Country 234, Minneapolis car traffic is expired Q, traffic's 2.5 out at Mike, cross, runway 30 left, and on the other side, contact ground point 9.
Hey, thanks so much, Magical Bacon, for the $4.99 super chat. We might get a Sun Country taxi on Mike here.
Sorry, wind 2306, just 16, runway 30 left, turn around.
Well, on Mike next to us anyway. It's currently on Mike, and I think that's what we're going to get here.
02 for traffic,
Super.
Plan to exit first available, right available.
Delta 1902, copy. Sun Country 234, Mike for gate 4.
234 Minneapolis, going Mike 2, crossing the airport apart.
Mike 2, cross Fort Park, 234.
Mike 2, Pop 489, Minneapolis, going Mike 2, go left, right, clear with.
All right, here's our next arrival on runway 30 left.
United 453, turn right heading 230 on contact departure.
230, switch departure, United 453.
Delta 1902, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9. Or Charlie, if you got it, and ground point 9.
Delta, it is 0.9 Delta, 1922, good. Hey, ground Southwest 212, taxi with the bridges.
So 1902 Minneapolis, contact via Delta. Southwest 212 and 3, runway 17, taxi via Tango, Yankee Kilo, cross 24.
Okay, runway 17, Tango Yankee Kilo, cross runway 4.
All right, now it's time for the regional specialty. Sun Country now arriving on 30 left.
Sun Country 382, turn left, and contact ground on point 9.
Left ground point 9, Sun Country.
Ground Sun Country, on Delta.
This is 382 Minneapolis, contact via Delta.
Who here in our audience has actually flown Sun Country besides myself? I know a few of you guys have. Just curious if you've checked out our hometown airline. I like flying Sun Country. It's an airline that I would fly if I can't get Delta or a good price on Delta or American. And that's not a hit against Sun Country by any means. Just saying I do not prefer to fly low-cost carriers. But when I do, Sun Country is pretty much the only one that I'll book with. Sometimes Sun Country is my first choice when it comes to booking, as they go to a lot of fun destinations in the summertime. They've got a pretty huge seasonal route network. CMCS Gaming, hey, welcome. Happy Tuesday.
So 698 Minneapolis ground, you push approved 17. Southwest 698, push approved 17.
Push approved 17, Southwest 698.
Second 342, turn off runway 22 and contact ground on 49.
Here's 342 Minneapolis contact via runway 22 Sierra.
Runway 22 Sierra, quick.
Delta 799 Minneapolis tower, wind 220, possible hold in, so there's runway 3 deluxe on the left. Southwest 212 Minneapolis tower, wind 2208, fly heading 180, 17 clear for takeoff.
Sounds like something was funny up there, up at MSP Tower.
Red 49 Minneapolis tower, traffic 6 miles per hour, runway 3 is the left line, way traffic.
Well, you know, you got to find a way to keep yourself lighthearted and have a little fun in such a stressful job, especially nowadays. Big shout out to our wonderful ATC controllers here in the Twin Cities.
Southwest 212, correction, fly heading 180, 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Here is 2016, turn right at runway 4 and contact ground on 0.9.
Right on 4 over ground, point 99.
And there, 5518 minutes tower, traffic hold in position at Charlie, cross runway 3 is west, when Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Alright, cross 30 left at Charlie, right turn Whiskey, clear to cross runway 4, near 5518. South Delta 799. Have you had any complaints from the localizer, or did we miss the note?
Delta 7, I know it's on page 7, but the ILS is out of service.
Well, that would explain it, thank you.
2016 Minneapolis contact via runway 4, Mike 6, or Charlie.
Check your NOTAMs.
Okay, 4
So NOTAM is basically a bulletin board for any special messages or updates. Please check those if you are flying. I don't care how worthless you may think a NOTAM might be. Please check NOTAMs.
Turn right heading 340, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
There we go. Yeah, more United. I love seeing United's Evo Blue livery around here in the Twin Cities. Spectacular. So we'll pull this up here again. I want to thank Magical Bacon for that $4.99 super chat. Gonna miss those United Airlines A319s. Yeah, I'm gonna miss them too. That's right, their days are numbered. Came, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Greetings from Norway. Thanks for a great winter wonderland stream. You're welcome. You're lucky. No snow at 13 degrees Celsius. CMCS Gaming says hello from Devon in the UK. Happy Tuesday. That dark blue livery that we saw earlier, that's actually the simplified titles livery, circa 2017, a year before the Tide Pod livery, which is Sun Country's current look, if you will. Yeah, those dark blue fuselage 737s are hard to spot at night. So in response to our question, if we've had the opportunity to fly on Sun Country yet, or have flown on it. So Rosie says, my brother's a captain for Sunny. Oh, nice. Never flown on it. Well, hey, you know what? I think you owe it to yourself to check out Sun Country.
Mike, Bravo, Delta, cross-board, Delta, 799.
This is actually an excellent point. Sun Country is great if you live here in the Twin Cities because Terminal 2 is generally faster and more convenient. I will actually agree with this. I think the tower may have said that by mistake. So they're working on the instrument landing system. So instead of an ILS approach, it's an RNAV approach. When pilots tried to get the ILS up, they're like, hey, what?
Number 5518, fly heading 180, wind 2405, and 17, cleared.
Yeah, always be checking your NOTAMs.
And enable.
Even mid-flight, you got to get those sit reps. The situation reports. Slapstick, it's great. Never been on a plane. You owe it to yourself to fly. At least once.
This aircraft travelers Juliet Park with altimeter 2955.
So Tony says, he's flown Sun Country many times. They're a great budget airline. I would agree. Noah Davidson says, a couple times, they're cozy. Yeah. They have a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling to them. They're very quirky. Minnesota style. Or soda style, don't you know? Zachary Ross flew Sun Country nonstop to Portland a few times a year. Okay. I can't say that I've flown any of Sun Country's routes to the Pacific Northwest. But that would honestly kind of be a fun trip. I've flown Sun Country to Asheville, North Carolina, Traverse City, Michigan. I've flown them to Detroit. And I've flown them to Sarasota. I've flown them to Fort Myers. I don't think that I've flown anywhere else on Sun Country besides those destinations that I've listed.
3534, follow southwest from the left.
And you know, the constant thing that I always come to expect when flying Sun Country is just how upbeat the staff are on board. The flight attendants, the flight crew on the flight deck, pilots. And I know a lot of people that work for Sun Country, oh, excuse me, or in flight operations or in maintenance. They're terrific people. Sun Country has a lot of terrific people working for them. We are super fortunate to have them headquartered right here in the good old Twin Cities.
698,
So when you do live plane spotting with us here on MSP Live, you will never see a bigger concentration of Sun Country aircraft in one place other than right here. And of course, the dominant carrier in this market, however, will always make its presence known, and that's not Sun Country, it's Delta.
Charlie and Papa. Correct. Charlie, Quebec. Charlie, Quebec.
By passenger volume, we're the second busiest in their network, last I checked. As far as the number of daily flights, Detroit might be a little bit busier.
Deputy 64, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, hold short, runway 30 left. Bill 2694, just confirm, I said Charlie, Papa to the gate.
You said Charlie, Quebec, but Charlie Papa to get us.
Roger, Charlie, Papa.
Hi, Papa.
Yep, it's even in the ATIS that the ILS for runway 30 left is out of service at the moment.
Delta 2694, into the gate behind the CRJ, opposite direction.
Okay, into the gate beyond the CRJ.
Delta 1149, turn right at Charlie, Catacomb, London.
Alright, Charlie, ground point 9, Delta 1149.
Just 3534, flight 180, 12407, or 17 clear takeoff.
All right, we've got a 321 Neo.
Charlie, park at Delta 2.
Just arrived at 30 left. Nice.
Via New Charlie. Take the right turn actually on Alpha to Delta Papa, please.
Charlie Alpha, Delta Papa.
Hey, thanks for tuning in. Hi, everybody from Bilbao in the Basque Country in Spain. Yeah, you're welcome for the stream, by the way. Be Green 1958. I agree. Yeah, we've got quite a few people that are sprinkled across our great planet.
Southwest 698, Minneapolis ground.
Paul, the UK, showing some love for Delta.
Delta 1149. You can put Delta Quebec, give way to CRJ right to left on Quebec.
Delta Quebec and give way to CRJ on Quebec, Delta 1149.
Go 3534, turn right, heading 230, Quebec departure. Favor 5064, monitor 126.7.
126.7, negative 56.4.
Over 7 Delta Kilo, turn left, Whiskey 5, straight to signature.
Whiskey 5, straight into signature for 7 Delta.
Over 56 Minneapolis, clear left side traffic exit as well prior. Charlie crossing 30 left turn, Whiskey crossing 94.
Cross 30 left, Charlie, right turn Whiskey, cross on 94, never 64.
Okay, camera left to 555, joining final visual 30 left.
That's 555 Minneapolis, Star 12305, and 30 left to the line.
Third lane, 30 left to 5, stop. Tower left to 555. We were now picking up a glide slope. Do you see a glide slope working on your end?
It is out of service for maintenance, and so no, it is not working.
That's me not reading the instructions.
We all do it that way.
Good, how about you?
Airport 67 Minneapolis, Tower 12205, and 30 right to the line.
So I mean, really the best time to be out here is like 4:30 to like 5 or 5:30, whatever dusk is. Closes. So right around maybe like 4:00. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you bet. All right.
Over 50, 64, fly heavy, 180 and 2206, then I'll set for takeoff.
Second Tower stand 3668, visual, runway 30 left.
Just 3668, Minneapolis Tower, 30 left, clear the land, wind 2206.
Runway 30 left, clear land, stand 3668.
That's 555, taxi via Mike 6, cross runway 4, monitor point 9 in.
Mike 6, clear to cross runway 4 and monitor point 9 on the way in. Thank you, Oscar 555.
Delta 1817, minutes gone, push approved, runway 17. Delta 1042, minutes gone, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved 17, Delta 1042.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Alright, I got your good set. Alright. Logan said he was going to be here at around like 2:30. Yeah, I saw him that he was going to get out here.
All right, everybody. Step out for a second. So our co-host RJ Bean is here. So we'll have an extra spotting friend with us. Also brought us a little gift here too. Okay.
Delta 3417, heavy, push back approved.
Approved. Delta 3417, heavy.
0, got express.
Sun Country 602, visual 39.
Sun Country 602, Minneapolis Tower, 2305, and 30 left, clear the land.
30 left,
All right, I'm finally here.
Hello, RJ.
It's been a little bit of an interesting day, but my car's doing the happy dance.
There
She's
you
got
go.
her new tires.
There we go. Just in time for the mid-December thaw.
Oh yeah, and I like to help out one of my neighbors in particular with her driveway, as well as I like to do mine, even though I have the we have snow removal with our HOA. But I still like to get out and do it, so this weather has helped clear the rest of hers off too, because I'm not always able to get to hers to get it cleared off, and our driveways are asphalt, so when the weather gets like this and the sun hits it, it melts it, which will help clear it off. So, and it gets me out, and as she was saying last night, because she's always appreciative of me doing it to help her out, she said, yeah, you've got a lot of nervous energy. It's just like, well, because I like to get out. I have a tendency, I think like everybody else, since I've been back up here, to sit inside a little bit too much or for too long periods of time, and it's just like then I do kick myself out. I do get out and do stuff, and that's one of them, or go for a walk, get out and do. There's so much to do. I mean, and I'm just trying to help her out because she's a single mom with a son and a lot going on in her life, and it's just like I'm just glad to help. And yeah, that's a little airplane ornament. That was one of the little kid activities from the Kids Day event over at the History Center. Kids could color that, and we were adding on like a little pipe cleaner that then you could use to hang it on a tree.
There you go.
So
hi everybody, welcome to the viewing area. So I'll tell you what, I think this is probably the best weather day that we're going to have here in December, period.
Oh,
without
yeah, with
question.
our forecast being what it is. And I know I keep turning my head a little bit. We're monitoring 163.
Yeah, 163 heavy is currently on the downwind from Amsterdam Schiphol.
Yes.
Whiskey 24 Minneapolis.
Oh, and Alex, one of our favorite loyal viewers here and supporters of the channel, they're hanging out here with us. 9 is coming in too from London Heathrow.
All right, cool.
So we've got a couple heavies. they're always game and helping us out, and we greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. You know what? Is it just me or is it Delta 9 late today in arriving from London?
I would say because of the time of the day here on this end and when those flights usually come in, they're running late. So to get kind of into the routine a little bit for being out here.
Right at Delta, cut a ground point on it.
Delta ground point, I got 3668.
Well, they're actually on time.
Okay, maybe it's just me.
Because I know I helped you out yesterday from home with moderating, and of course with the 12s active, I did get a couple of flybys, and I got buzzed by a couple of the transatlantic departures. So I literally can go outside of my house and see them. That depends on the route that they filed out of here, because as when we watch them depart off the 12s. And they make that turn, you can see them do it off in the distance. Depends on kind of how far out they go when they make that turn as to how I get to see them from where I'm at. Sometimes they make that turn so quick, they tend to go almost right over downtown St. Paul, which is too far to the west for me. So, and they're low enough, I can hear them. So it's not always the same.
We got Sun Country coming in ahead of 163 heavy from AMS.
I think I do see 163 out there now, and I know I was kind of helping a little bit earlier, and I told him that I was going to do it as I was checking out and paying the bill. Shout out to Tire Pros in Stillwater that helped me with the new tires that are now on my car. I really appreciate everything that they've done to help me keep up with everything that my car has needed to keep her going. She's, I've been driving the car for now 20 years, so but very low mileage for her age.
I'll tell you what, it's been a very sunny afternoon, and not just because of Sun Country.
All right, so a little bit of an update of our 2 heavy arrivals. Actually, we're going to get Delta 9 first.
Okay.
They have kind of come in with their approach being what it is, and they're going to be coming in ahead of 163, which looks like we'll be right behind them. And I think I might see them too.
Delta 1042, Minneapolis Tower, Delta 7, cross runway 30 left, and run a whiskey.
Cross 30 left, right turn whiskey, Delta 1042. Alpha 5, hold short, 30 left.
Alpha 5, hold short, 30 left, Delta Main 3417.
Delta Main 3417, having monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower 126.7, Delta Main 3417.
1042 on whiskey, cross runway 4.
On whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 1042.
Rodeo 954, Minneapolis Tower, runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway 6, taxiing to the gate.
Straight ahead, then right on Charlie 6 to the gate, Delta 536. So 163 for 30 left.
Delta 163 Heavy Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3.5 mile final, heavy Airbus, Osprey Toronto, wind 2206, from my 30 left, settle in.
Where do I have 30 left?
And Delta 9 is now next for arrival on runway 30 left. Coming in on short final, about to cross over the Minnesota River.
All right. Are we about to get back-to-back heavy arrivals here?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, there we go. 163 is behind it, I assume.
Yep, and I can already see them, so I mean, thanks to my prescription sunglasses. I can see them. Conditions that we currently have. And Delta 9 today is being operated by an A330-900.
2699, runway 17, taxi Alpha 3, hold short of runway 30 left.
Alpha 3 is short of left, Delta 2699.
Delta 2699, monitor tower 126.7.
Alright, hold short of the left, 26 left, 26.
Still 1817, flying heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff, wind 2107.
Ground Delta 2675, taxi.
So 2675, runway 17, taxi Alpha, Alpha 5, full short of runway 30 left.
Alpha 5, short of 30 left, 17, Delta 26. Clear to cross. Left.
So 2699 Minneapolis, start up 3 mile final, ahead, yeah, Delta 3, cross runway 30 left, Delta 9 Heavy, thanks for mentioning that, turn right, contact ground point enter.
Right and right on Alpha point on Delta 9.
Delta 1042, runway 17.
All right, there we go. Delta 9 has completed her journey from London Heathrow today.
Delta 2699 on whiskey.
Of course, I'm sure we would have not turned down the opportunity for that rollout to come all the way down here to us where we're at the viewing area and get the tower in the background.
Contact Alpha Cross runway 4.
Alpha Cross 4, Delta 9.
Well, we got to quickly pivot
37,
because
Yep.
Delta 163 Heavy is right behind him.
Oh, yeah.
Heavy Airbus, talk to me towards wind 2107, runway 30 left, settle in.
Go left for the land, copy, sir, 37.
And she's now about to come over the Minnesota River herself and about to touch down on 30 left. And of course, this makes my day. Today being operated by a former Northwest Red Tail, an A330-300, registration 812 NW Northwest. I know you like to say November whiskey.
Delta 1042, flying heading, runway 17, close to takeoff. Delta 2675, Minneapolis Tower at Alpha 5, cross from my 30 left, turn right on whiskey. Alpha 5, cross 30 left, go to 1817, turn right in 100, contact departure. Delta 163 Heavy, turn right at Mike, contact ground, point 9 here.
Right at Mike and point 9, Delta 163 Heavy.
All right, so they're not going to come down quite as far. They've been instructed to make the turn on Mike.
Wind 2106 from my 30 left, settle in.
And then, of course, we got another A330 on the move.
Whiskey, cross from my 4.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about this because she doesn't show up on...
I think it's maintenance.
Yeah, so she's under power going over to what I guess we call tech ops.
Yep.
So she's not going over there.
It's the A330 hour here on MSP Live.
That looks like a Dash 900, though.
Yep, it's a Dash 900.
Okay. No, I'm looking through the fence, so it's...
How about that? A330 to the third power.
So we can say hi now to Delta 2699, headed over to runway 17 for departure, headed to Raleigh-Durham. And it sounds like 17 has been active kind of on and off today.
I know that Mike has stated earlier in our live chat, Mike is our managing producer. Let's give a big thanks to Mike and all of our wonderful mods in the chat here today. But as Micah mentioned earlier this morning, pilots are being given the option of 17 for departure or 30 left.
Aha. So would that maybe depend on where they're going?
More or less, I would say not.
Or the
just
winds.
Because a lot of the departures and pretty much everything is going to 17 now.
All right.
On the departure end. Arrival ends, that's with us here. Of course, when the west runway is active, we get nice and close taxis. So it's kind of a parade of planes here at MSP. The plane parade.
Oh, we have our own little fun terminology for things here, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Well, it's kind of the theme of the broadcast, right?
Having fun.
You know, I know we're both, sports geeks. Sorry, your Packers lost. My Vikings won, though. Of course, the Vikings had already been mathematically eliminated from the playoffs when they played the game Sunday night in Dallas. But sometimes you just have to say it is what it is.
Personally, I was rooting for the Vikings just because I wanted to laugh at the Cowboys.
Oh, well, thank you. And I went out for a little bit last night, had a bit of a celebratory beverage for yesterday's milestone of reaching 10,000, and was able to watch some of the Lightning Panthers game on, was it NHL Network. I was away, since I wasn't connected to the Wi-Fi of my house, I couldn't pull it up on my phone through my cable provider, so they were able to find it, and of course, unfortunately, they didn't do so well and lost last night. But as usual, it's that in-state rivalry. There's no love lost between those two teams, Alex. Of course, I would know that, having been a long-time season ticket member and having been into what's called, was it Benchmark International Arena now? It has been renamed due to new sponsorship. It had been formerly Amalie Arena, which Amalie is a motor oil company.
I was just going to say the same thing.
So, obviously I'm guessing how, I guess I could word this, the time that they had naming rights for the arena was coming to an end and it was not renewed, so they switched to someone else who offered up that opportunity and offering. So, of course, I've been into that arena a ton of times. So, then came home and watched the rest of the game on TV.
Delta 44, I'm in the road taxi, Mike Papa across from my phone. Mike Papa, 38844.
1850 Minneapolis, 3 miles final, wind 2107, runway 30 left, settle in.
Paul UK. Mr. 330 Neo was making a left-hand turn to taxi towards Tech Ops. Giving us some kudos. Nice shot at the fan blades. You're welcome. Yeah, we're that close where we can see everything pretty good, especially, you know, if we got the telephoto lens and everything. It just kind of brings us a little bit closer.
24 Minneapolis Tower, I'm Mike 6, cross runway 422.
All right, there we go, guys. Some love for the 330s.
Oh, yeah.
Love flying on the 330s. I have not flown an A330 yet.
Oh, you have not?
I've flown on the 350, as you guys that have followed the channel back since earlier this year or well beforehand know that I took a trip this August to Michigan. So I was connecting through Detroit, but I got to take a domestic hop on an A350 from Minneapolis, St. Paul here to Detroit. Oh, I love the ride. Love the A350. And you and Logan were out here actually to capture my departure as I rocketed off.
Yep, Logan got video for you, and I got a bunch of pictures. As you found out, I like to take pictures. I don't tend to shy away from that. And of course, in this day and age, with the cell phones being what they are, that we all pretty much have, and the quality of pictures that they're able to take, you don't need to carry big SLRs much anymore. I mean, there's nothing wrong doing it. Just, you know, saves how much you're carrying. So Roger Williams, not sure if this has been discussed before, but who is the second largest carrier at MSP? Well, that's easy. That's Sun Country.
And they are far behind Delta's market share, and it's not even really a competition. Delta wants to squeeze the life out of everybody here.
Delta 2924.
Ground over speed 4,
Core 3824, Roger, what's the gate?
And I've heard from, you know, some of the connections that I have, MSP has kind of become Delta North as a nickname.
3834,
Yeah.
will be Papa runway 22, Hotel Bravo.
Papa runway 22.
Delta 2963, Embraer near the tail as they clear, push approved, plan runway 30 right.
Swing around here to the right. Catch our next arrival coming in.
Delta 1533, Minneapolis ground, push approved, plan runway 17.
Push approved, plan runway 17, Delta 1533. Ground is 1025, right taxi.
1025, thanks, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 30 left.
Alright, 17 via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4 and hold short of 30 left, Delta 1025.
On my list, but actually, skin tone.
Right, on runway 4, contact ground point under.
4 ground point under, Delta 1850.
Face mask is tolerable, but it's just...
Ground Delta 1850 on runway 9 are going to Gulf 15.
Delta 1850, Roger, rate your Alpha taxi to it.
Alpha to Gulf 15, Delta 1850.
Did I just hear runway 9er?
653 can join Quebec.
350, it's probably going to be for me. Gotta get a hold of the snake.
Delta 1025, wheels up for Denver, 36 to 39, time now 30, monitor tower on 126.7.
Alright, 126, 7, Delta 1025.
Yes, 3932, monitor tower 26-7, have a good day.
Tower 27, good day, Taylor. 9-2.
All right, here's our next inbound arrival.
Yes, 3013, Minneapolis ground, push approved, plan 30 right.
I figured Alex would tell you.
I've been trying to remember to always turn it on.
Yeah, I saw you do it.
Say anything.
I think I might actually have to.
Southwest 835, taxi via Charlie Tango to Park, monitor ground point under.
Charlie Tango Park, monitor ground point 9 Southwest.
4261, Roger, taxi, pop in the circle.
Circle 42.
Nels Tower, 895 Mike Mike's phone 170 on the visual for 30 left. Falcon 895 Mike Minneapolis Tower, wind 2007, runway 30 left, go to land. Go to land 30 left, 895 Mike.
Oh, and Roger, I see your comment. Yeah, that's no worries in regards to Sun Country.
So warm. Thank you. You want a mic? Yeah.
Yeah, another member of our broadcast team has joined us for a little bit.
What do you mean another member? I'm development.
Well, he's you may have heard that in the background from him. Yeah.
Push approved, plan 30 right.
Everybody now can say hi to Mr. Logan.
Mr. Logan?
Yeah, it's just me.
3666, push approved.
Everybody say hi to Logan.
Look at him.
Yeah, we're gonna get Logan mic'd up here.
American 1628, maps ground, push approved, 30 left.
Push approved 30 left.
Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 30 left, turn right on Whiskey.
Alright, cross 30 left at Mike, right on Whiskey, Delta 1025.
Delta 681, turn right at Alpha 8, join Alpha, contact ground point honor.
Alpha 8, Alpha Delta, point 9 Delta.
Perhaps right there.
4023, thanks. You taxi around that push at Charlie 21. Delta 2884, maps ground, push approved, plan 30 right.
Approved 30 right, Delta 2884. Ground Delta 2963, taxi.
Delta 2963, maps ground, runway 30 right for departure, taxi via Papa. There's a 1 RJ downfield that will be taxiing around the pushback at Charlie 21.
Oh, we'll go into the CRJ and 30 right via Papa, Delta 2963.
Yep.
Ground Delta 681 and Alpha, look for Charlie 5.
681 afternoon taxi via Alpha Mike, Papa cross right.
Alpha Mike, Papa cross 4. Ground Delta 1538, right taxi.
Delta 1533, maps ground, runway 17 for departure, taxi via...
All right, everybody. I want to welcome in the third member of our on-air crew today, Logan. Stopped by to say hello. Hi, Logan.
Sure did. About time, too. Been way too long. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Just glad it's, what, 50 degrees warmer than it was 2 days ago?
23, you can taxi
No kidding.
around the push at Charlie 3.
It's an insane temperature spread lately.
Got 4023.
Calling me crazy for saying this, but I almost wish it was warmer, or I mean colder than it is now. Just so we could get the de-icing and everything.
Oh, well, yeah. I will gladly take a calmer, not brutal evening, though. Truth be told. No, I just got off work. Finally warm enough to break out the new camera, so I'm like,
nice.
Go say hi. Wish I could come on for longer, but I got to get home to steak. So.
1533, monitor.
Nice. Anything to go with it?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be something. I don't know what it is though.
What would you
Find out
like
soon
as a
enough.
side dish?
You know, I
At 4070 minutes.
dig asparagus. Asparagus is a really good side.
There we go.
That's what we have frequently. Otherwise, sometimes I'll eat mashed potatoes.
Back Mike Cross, runway 4, hold short of runway
Yeah,
30 left.
something like that. Nice short stop for that Falcon there.
The 1533 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 mile final at Delta, cross runway 30 left.
Might be able to get
Right
a
on whiskey,
quick glimpse of it.
runway 4.
Turn off here onto whiskey.
0 left at Delta, then right on whiskey and cross to Delta 1533.
Delta 1025, fly runway heading, runway 17.
Straight on into signature with you.
Yep, so Wee Man going to signature.
Got 3965, push approved, plan 30
You know, it'd be
right.
great if the 747 was a little early tonight, just enough to sneak in before sundown. But lately, I don't think they've quite made it, have they?
Got 4070, hold short of the push at Charlie.
Yeah, they've also left pretty early in the morning, too. Really early.
They started off late with, was it 473? Like Charlie, and that one. I think it even pushed at 9 o'clock a few times, but now, yeah, they're
3666
a lot
minutes,
more on
runway
time.
30 right for departure taxi.
Probably
So
going to go
Atlas.
out Thursday morning.
Hey, D-Space 9, welcome to Economy. Thanks for becoming an MSP Live member.
3965, push approved.
Be sure to check out those emojis as well.
Got 4023 modern tower, 166.7.
Good old C-Series 100.
Wheel bus.
Yeah, seriously.
American 1628, runway 20 left for departure taxi, Delta and Alpha.
I saw one of them for the first time on the ramp just recently.
Delta 2884,
And
runway 30 right for
I didn't
departure
realize how big it was up close. It's
via pop
pretty
shield on
comparable in
top
size,
behind
like a
company,
737, especially the 300. It's pretty close. They
Yeah.
look tiny, but they're pretty sizable.
Actually, I'm going to change it.
Well,
Delta
especially
681,
the
you
Dash
got
300.
5,
Yeah.
It's going to be blocked otherwise. Just allow traffic
100
up
is all short and
Charlie,
stubby.
3 to join in front of you there. But
You know, I really don't like the look of the 100 compared to the 300. But it's interesting because I like the 737-700 more than I like the look of the 738 or the 739.
Yeah, I think
Go figure.
the shorter C-Series looks a lot better in the air and from space than the side flaps. But I don't have any problems with it. Who do we have here sneaking out?
So the 681, you can turn in your gate line, all that.
I think they might be sneaking in.
Oh, they're just laying too. Rush hour.
Fucking 5 whiskey taxi, the signature good day. Signature 5 whiskey day. That's 4023 Minneapolis Tower, Mike Cross, runway 30 left, and right on whiskey.
Hey, Logan, I got a question for you.
I haven't answered.
Bringing around to the right.
Have you seen any snowy owls?
No, I haven't actually. A buddy of mine was out for one, but he said they came out too late to get me good pictures. I know you caught one just the other night. That was 100% of the snow.
39,
Yep.
right heading 220.
Yeah, I went back and looked at it later. I'm like, yeah, that was a snowy owl. It kind of looked like it. Somebody said it was an eagle, but I'm like,
33.
Those are, it would be a lot darker on screen and a lot flatter. But
it's harder
would
to
assume
see
it'll be
things
like
on the camera's
any
viewfinder
other
just because of
year.
how
Oh, yeah.
small it is.
Yeah.
That is something that I am going to be working on making an adjustment done, where we're going to be getting something much bigger, where it's easier for me to see what's going on.
Right. Yeah, if this year is like any of the other ones, they like to linger around in the FedEx buildings,
Yeah.
and they'll kind of meander out over like the viewing area and the surrounding space, but you kind of huddle up. FedEx. Or Fed Up. I guess they could end up at UPS also.
Fed up.
The Fed Up ramp. Well, I've heard pilots call it on frequency. It's not something I made up.
That's great. Now, we just need to be here when we're broadcasting to catch them say that on frequency. That's the other thing.
You got to get up really, really early. I
yeah.
remember the Bemidji turboprops. They say it a lot.
Nice.
And I wonder if they say it more in the winter, because I would assume they'd be more fed up with it then than the summer. Because who wants to be taking off at like, what, 6, 7 in the morning?
Wait for an RJ9 to pass the tail, then
Before
you're
the
pushing
sun's even
approved plan,
up, yeah.
runway 17.
I did just see Delta 120, a little delayed. They're on the downwind right now. So they'll be here within the next
You know what? That's
5,
an
10
excellent
minutes.
observation, because I was kind of thinking in the back of my mind, where are they?
It's their sixth sense going off. like, you know it's coming. It's like, oh, where is it? It's supposed to be here.
My spidey senses are tingling.
Yeah, as it flies past behind you. Yeah. And this one is 518 Delta Zulu, the one that canceled 171 and 170. The flight was stolen back the other day, and then nearly axed 121 also. And of course, it is delayed again today. So I don't know what its problem is. I know it's fresh out of maintenance of some kind, and the 350s are a little finicky when it comes.
Turn right heading 320.
Super advanced, they're great, but computers feisty.
3813 Minneapolis Tower.
Yeah, I just want to give another shout out here to D-Space 9. Welcome to Economy. Thanks so much for supporting us here at MSP Airport Live.
I've got 2 of my 3 pairs of skis in my car. I've got all my equipment with me. I might go to buckets.
Yeah.
All right, got a viewer from Brazil. Jose, welcome. It's kind of been an interesting collection. We've had people from all over. We've had somebody watching from Basque Country in Spain today.
See, I love that so much. There's people from all over watching all the time. I know, of course, the main audience is the U.S., but I mean, I've seen people from all corners.
So it's 2028 Minneapolis ground runway 30 left for departure, taxi to Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, back south 2028.
Yeah, especially folks in Europe as well, too. Getting up earlier. Certainly, I would imagine it's a little bit better for our European audience, just because it's late over there by the time it's early over here.
Yeah, I see that. Sweet. I know we've got a 330-300 headed now within the next No, it's Amsterdam. I forget the flight number though.
4826, monitor tower 126.
Any minute now, 120 heavy should be on final. I don't see him yet though.
Yeah, we got one small suggestion here when I go close up. They're completely all over the place.
Yeah, when you get to Alpha 3, join Bravo, and just sit on Bravo short of Alpha 2.
Alright, Alpha 3, Bravo, short Alpha 2, American.
Endeavor 4826, Minneapolis Tower, it's Mike. Officer runway 30 left, turn right on Whiskey.
Sure, your shutter speed's wrong.
4666, turn right heading 320, 30 right, clear for takeoff. 3813, turn right heading 360, fly north, contact
As far as your
departure.
temperature goes, let that be auto.
Let me bring it out.
Auto.
2884 Minneapolis Tower, 30 right, line of away.
Stay the same. Shutter priority.
The 2028 Minneapolis Tower, traffic's crossing downfield, runway 30 left, line of away.
Line up to wait 30
So
left,
Logan had
Delta
to make a quick run to his car, because he's going to be capturing the action along with us.
Going to push approved, plan runway 17.
I'll tell you what, hey, come on down to the viewing area and catch all the warm winter action here today.
Well, the
But
only
we can-
problem right now is where did the sun go?
What's behind us?
I know, but it's still behind the clouds, too.
Yeah, true. Although there is a little bit of a clearing, though, on the horizon. Maybe?
Oh,
Question
maybe.
mark? I don't know.
Turn right heading 340, contact departure. The 2028, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
Level 280, 30 left, takeoff, Delta 2028.
Delta 2880,
right, heading 320, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff.
Really? Yep. So if I'm doing manual, I should put.
That adjusts the.
So why am I not messing with the actual stuff? I'll just fix them.
No, Delta 120 Heavy is
That's
Be right back. Ship that fucking
120 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 9, runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You ready to go?
2644, monitor
And
tower
then because you're at
126.7.
F7F.
Monitor 26, Delta 2634 every day.
That's fine. Yep. I do. It is like I call it the super brick.
That's 4070, turn right, heading 2.
Logan calling his camera the super brick here.
Well,
Just
only
getting picked
because
up on
I just call it the brick. The AX53 is a dense little
4026,
piece of.
tower, play runway heading runway
piece of camera
17. Group takeoff.
Yeah. Well, here, let me get on the mic.
Yeah, just helping Logan with his camera settings here. Just want to make sure everybody is ready to capture the evening action. Welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International. If you're just joining us, my name's Alex. Joined with my spotting friends today, RJ and Logan.
So if you were on, what, 5-10 minutes ago, I was mentioning how, I got the new camera out because it's warm enough finally, and Alex over here has basically the same one, but he was teaching me how to do some of the manual settings because it can actually do that all individually. It's fancy schmancy, but it's basically the exact same one we're using for the production here, so it's a lovely piece of equipment.
Well, I've got some extra HDMI cables and whatnot if you want to hook it into the broadcast and use the second camera.
Yo, maybe when I'm on for a full-time stream, maybe.
There you go.
Today I'm kind of
get two action cameras. What do you guys think?
Soon.
2469, runway 17 for departure, taxi via Charlie 5 and Charlie hold short of runway 30 left.
Alright, 17 via Charlie 5, Charlie short of 30 left, 9.3.
Oh, I hear a whale.
There we go.
I heard a whale.
As did I.
Delta 2187, monitor tower 16.7.
4,000 get up to 187.
Oh, I think we may have missed a little something here. Thank you so much, and congrats to Space Nine. Welcome to Economy.
Yeah, thank you so much to all of our wonderful members for their support of this channel and this project. This means a lot to me and everybody who does it. And to be able to come out here and see the continued support is just wonderful. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
And
because we really have a special place to watch airplanes.
And to anybody out that's watching us today who was also watching yesterday, thanks so much for being a part of the milestone of hitting 10,000 subscribers. That's kind of a big deal for us.
Yesterday.
What's that?
We crushed it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Report, Mike Vance, ground runway 17 for departure, taxi Whiskey 6, Whiskey Cross.
Alright, verify call sign on that one block.
Whiskey Mike Minneapolis.
All right, Delta 120 Heavy is now on final approach for runway 30 left.
Whiskey 6, Whiskey, cleared to cross runway 4 to runway 17, 44.
Big Sexy is in the house.
There's Logan.
Yep. Wave hi, Logan.
Delta 2971, taxi.
Delta 2971, runway 17, taxi via Alpha to Alpha 7, hold short of runway 30 left.
Alpha 7, short of 30 left for 17, Delta 2971.
9969, roger, left ground, no 1.8 once you get things squared up. Thanks, American 1180, 1198, push approved, line 17.
Push approved, American 1198.
20 at 9er, fly runway heading runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2971, monitor tower 126.7.
126.7, Delta 2971, today.
Right, line up and wait.
So for curious minds who might like to know, as they've touched down from Haneda, it was a 10.5-hour flight today for them to go trans-Pacific.
Charlie cross 30 left.
And this flight, along with the one that goes back and forth between here and Seoul, they are daily flights.
Delta 1.
Ooh, nice rollout.
Turn right. When able to contact ground, point 9.
Right turn, Delta 120, switch to ground.
Cover 4828, fly heading 300, runway 30 right. Clear for takeoff.
We also had a departure off the north side, too, in the background. How about that for a nice shot?
Double 2971, let's start Alpha 7, cross.
So there we go, the 350 in the house from Tokyo.
Alpha 7 cross 30 left, join with Command Company, Delta 2971.
Delta 2187, on Whiskey cross runway 4.
On Whiskey cross 4, Delta 2187.
Delta 2971, on Whiskey cross runway 4.
On Whiskey cross 4, Delta 2971.
Star radar contact 8 miles to west, Minneapolis 2001, Minneapolis altimeter 2952, cleared into the class Bravo airspace as requested.
United with another baby bus.
2644, turn right, 230, contact departure.
I think this is one of Target Corporate's biz jets. G-Man 5051, hey, what's up? Happy Tuesday. Yeah, we're right back at it. Couldn't wait to take advantage of an amazing weather day here in December such as this. Temperatures above freezing. We were thawing pretty good earlier, and it started to become a little overcast within the last hour or so. But it was mostly sunny for a good part of today.
Well, I think it's supposed to be almost warm again tomorrow. The only thing is we've got kind of some ugly weather making its way in here. And was it later in the day tomorrow night and into Thursday?
Yuck.
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 So I'll be hibernating at home.
Charlie 6 and Charlie short of runway 30.
I will as well. I'll be hunkered down at home.
A319 minibus. Headed to Dallas.
44 Echo Mike, runway 17, line up and wait. Winds 230 at 7. 1542 minutes ground, push through, plan 17.
Sure, 17, I'll report you.
There's 120 heavy. So that was our arrival from Tokyo that just touched down a few minutes ago. They are now turning into their gate over at Concourse G at Terminal 1.
1542 Fox 11 is looking to push and get build them some room. That'll be pretty quick. They're maintenance reposition.
42, got it.
American 1198, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor 26.7, American 1198.
G-Man 5051. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
That's Yankee Karen. I'll
Try to be on my best behavior when I'm out here.
So my footage is a total joke.
44, come on, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff. 44. Take it that person.
All right, we got American taxiing this way.
United 2469, turn right at the 230, contact departure.
Right, 230, going departure, United 2469.
Yeah, Logan's here.
21,
Working on the settings of his new camera.
There's so many options, so many things I can do with it.
So many buttons, kind of like flying an aircraft.
Yeah, right. I don't know what movie it is, but it's like the two guys bouncing around the room. It's like so many activities. That's me with this camera.
Runway 30 left, around Whiskey Cross, runway 4.
It's like, are we having fun yet?
Always.
Always.
Always. I'd be having more fun if the clouds weren't blocking the sunlight, but you know, it's 40 degrees outside, so I guess I can't really complain, can I? Nope. Can't.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Be
Like
quiet.
-10. Totally wasn't that like 48 hours.
All right, no
So
penalty
bad.
box time now. So just as a little bit of a heads up, the transponder is on for 160. They have a scheduled 3:30 departure. Oh, that's a good number.
Yeah.
3:30 departure for a 3:30. How
Nice.
about that?
Makes up for the extremely dissatisfying 7:46 a.m. departure of the 747 this morning.
Whoa.
So, seriously though, like, what are we doing? They're gonna pick some goofy time, like just make it 7:47 because you know it's cool.
Yeah, exactly. What is bro doing?
What are we doing?
All right, so who do we complain to on that one?
You know, truthfully, I don't know. I'll just complain into the void. How about that? We got double Americans. They're gonna be fighting for who's going first, but in reality, they're like, oh hi, you go first. No, you go first because it's Minnesota nice. It would appear the one in front is staying in front. But that makes sense though. He's crossing the runway and he needs to like get all the way across and not wait in the middle of it.
Yep, there we go.
Granted,
There,
there's
yep, there's
nothing
our
on
two
final.
American jets.
So here's a little something here for you, Logan. G-Man 5051 is saying, if this were 50 years ago, you would be filming in Super 8 12mm film.
Yeah.
Such a
No,
wide
no
angle.
kidding.
That's an insanely wide angle to be doing. But yeah, it's pretty much.
Now in the late 70s, VHS, even though it was still quite new at that time,
Oh my
that
gosh,
was
you know,
that was an emerging technology in the late 70s.
that reminds me. So I'm
Yeah,
basically
there
a
are
kid.
VHS
I'm
tapes.
basically a kid, but I did grow up. Like early elementary school, kindergarten, we did still have the VHS tapes.
Yeah.
Do have a memory of a teacher putting one in, and I also am old enough that I grew up in the time when we had the rolling TVs. You know,
Oh
when you
my
have
gosh,
like TVs
yeah.
on the walls,
Oh,
be,
in the classroom.
like 4 or 5 feet off the ground.
Yep.
Oh,
Like
man.
on a big, like, wheeled cart.
Yeah,
With the
TV
VCR
cart.
below it.
Uh-huh, exactly.
Yeah, the TV carts.
I also grew up around the time we had the smart boards coming into classrooms for the first time. Gosh,
The dumb
insane.
boards.
Yeah.
Those things were always breaking down. It was hilarious. Well, I guess
the
we're
amount of
not
times they would
learning
do like
this
the
today.
corner test, like the dots in the corner. Yeah, I remember. Anyways, back to the good stuff. We do have 2 flying pencils I guess that kind of ties in the whole classroom theme.
Oh,
we have 2 flying pencils coming in, the 757. Got a 300 and a 200 back to back.
I suppose you have a point with that.
A point?
Points?
A point?
You have a sharpener with to keep it sharp and pointy? Thinking of points.
Yeah, we're not even trying.
Yeah.
This is what the cold does to you. You just go insane. A little bit. Also, I was listening to the stream on the way over here from work. You had mentioned what determines the runway preferences. So it'll be performance and also their departure routes a lot of the time too, because they require certain runways to actually work. So like, yeah, they can have the option, but most of the time they'll be like, they'll have like something already loaded up, performance. They don't want to have to do math again. So to further expand on that from earlier.
Don't do more work than you have to, I suppose.
Exactly, yeah. Work smarter, not harder.
American 1198, runway 17, line up.
So we have a whole squad of Snowy Owl photographers over here, and it looks like they've got their eyes on something. Although I can't really see much through the fence. I don't know what they're looking at. But I might just have to take a peek.
I think they might see one of the Snowies. Here, let's turn around so we can see him here. Or...
Jet 344, Seekers find the 321 coming across there and monitor tower 26-7. Have a nice day.
Well, there you go. There are all of our Snowy Owl spotting friends.
Sorry for my hand there getting in the way. Just trying to...
Well, you know, there's a lot of action going on around here. You gotta stay on your toes a little bit.
Hi, Logan.
The spotter has been spotted.
Right at
Oh.
the Fox taxi, or the Tango taxi, I think.
Oh, so we do have a sighting.
Yep, we have a Snowy Owl.
So we're not only plane spotting today, we are owl spotting.
Well, I guess we're bird watching now.
Yep.
Tower 3795 going to Charlie 23. That's 3795 afternoon, taxi, Delta, and Papa 23, monitor point 8 as 0. Delta, Papa 23, monitor point 8 as 0. Tower 3795.
American 1198, you're ready, 230 contact departure.
230 departure.
So bear with us, everybody. We do have a sighting of a snowy owl that we're trying to get on camera.
The 2084 with the tower, check the frequency.
1542 wind, 2207, fly runway heading runway 17. Clear for takeoff. For 0 Tango Alpha, turn left, Whiskey 7, join Whiskey to signature motor ground point 9 on the wing. Exit 344, Minneapolis, Town Constable Turbines departed bus, runway 17, line up and away. Minneapolis, accomplish approved.
Sneak by
05, Minneapolis, accomplish approved, runway 17.
Push approved 17, Delta 1605.
How we doing?
Exit 344, flight at runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
The 75's on short final. Not bad at all.
What's
So we are MSP Airport
2825, the new visual 30 left. 2825 MSR, 7 travel 757. Traffic will hold the position when 2207, runway 30 left.
Here just enjoying
Good to land over 2825.
nice?
Alex, you're going to miss the pencil.
That's all fine.
1542, turn right heading 230. Contact departure.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what
American 1628, runway 30 left, line of avoid traffic 757 the marker. Jita 344, turn right heading 180 and contact departure. Delta 1530, turn right. The runway is available. Contact ground, point 9.
Turn right, runway and contact ground, Delta 1530.
Delta 9969, traffic in position at Mike Cross, runway 30 left, join with.
Okay, on Mike, crossing 30 left, right whiskey, Delta 99.
American 1628, traffic is crossing down.
Delta 1530 is clear to Ron Alpha to gate.
1530 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, what's the gate?
Alpha to gate 22 for Delta 30.
4628, runway 30 right, clear to land. American 1628, turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left. Clear for takeoff.
I look at everything up runway 30 left,
Ground 5725 is signature with Yankee. We're ready to taxi whenever.
contact, I'm good with the meter. Yankee is current, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Alright, 17 via Whiskey, cross runway 4, yeah, next time we'll do that, thank you. Drive 725.
Ground on 4447, that means we'll relocate to the Dakota, Charlie. 4447, go via Bravo, Delta, Papa to Charlie 10, monitor ground on point 8. Bravo, Delta, Papa to Charlie 10, monitor ground point 8 on 4447.
The big one with had the red cover on the third.
Minneapolis Tower, Southwest 3204, visual 30 left.
Southwest 3204, Minneapolis Tower 12206, runway 30 left, third left.
Runway 30 left, Southwest 3204.
Minneapolis ground, wait for a dash 8 under tow to pass you on Delta, then your push is approved for runway 17.
Alright, dash 8 under tow on Delta, push approved, 17, Delta 2612.
Delta 2825, turn right, the runway is available, contact ground point 9er.
Turn right, 21.9, runway available, Delta 2825. Delta 2825, clearing runway 30 left, going to Foxtrot 8.
2825, ma'am, contact via Alpha to the gate.
Alpha to the gate, Delta 2825.
That's what I was so
1605, monitor tower 126.7. That's 605 Delta. Delta 9969, contact departure, good day.
Yep, I saw that too. So thought they were clean. But yeah, they're on the outside.
That's 725, keep a good rate Charlie for me, and monitor tower 12367, cross runway 4.
123.67, what was the beginning of that? First ride 75.
75, keep a good rate through Charlie for me.
We'll keep a good rate there, ride 75.
That's okay. I'll
You can realize, so it's being prepped for long-term storage, 6 months or more. And
Delta
after that,
1605, map tower at Charlie, cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey, cross runway 4 behind the citation.
That's 30 left, Charlie, join with cross 4 behind the citation, Delta 16 on that.
Oh, they will. Yeah. It'll be long after that.
So how about that, everybody? We got some snowy owl sightings. We got 757s, 350s. It's been pretty great today. Holy cow! Look at the paint job on this jet. Holy cow!
Same with FedEx. Yeah, it's.
Who owns this? That is just about the wildest BizJet livery I've ever seen.
Sky West 4130, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line up and wait. Endeavor 4628, turn left. The runway is available. Cut ground on 20.
Thank you.
Got a Delta 717 holding short.
Heading
Of runway 30 left, we have another arrival that is about to touch down. Right now crossing the Minnesota River on final approach.
Thrive at 725, Minneapolis Tower, 2208, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2612, runway 17, taxi via Delta, hold short of runway 108.
7 Delta, short of 128, Delta clear. 33059, start for ramp.
33059, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, taxi via Lima, Mohammed Tower, 13.7.
Lima, Mohammed Tower, 123.7.
Taxi to the gate, monitor ground, 0.9.
Left turn Delta is the gate, monitor ground, 0.9, southwest 3204.
Delta 1306, have start light cross, runway 30 left, join whiskey to the 17 pad, expect movement to 27, call dispatch, resequence number.
30 left, whiskey to the 17 pad, those are going to take away.
All right, coming and going.
Minneapolis Tower at light cross, runway 30
Got him back for more. And the sun's trying to come out a little bit behind us again.
To the gate.
I'm sorry, I was on. Trying to call out.
30 left, and whiskey cross, runway 4, behind the 73.
So Thrive is the entity that owned that jet that we just saw taxi past with that wild livery.
And it has become a little bit more crowded out here at the viewing area.
Well, word's gotten out that the snowy owls have come to play.
Yes.
Drive 725, contact departure.
And were we able to capture that that particular snowy that's been spotted over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Got a little bit of a conga line going again by us on Whiskey, headed over to 174. Their departures to their destinations. Thanks, Noah. Yeah, giving us an update on the sunset. Yeah, it looks like we may have hit our earliest time for sunset because, yeah, it's starting to kind of slowly turn and go the other way because he's letting us know that sunset tonight is at 4:32. We've gained 2 minutes since the 12th and the equinox. So gradually, the days will now start to get a little bit longer.
Delta 1306, expect wheels up at 27, time now is 1
Because I'm sure everybody has noticed how you've come out to do the streams, Alex, earlier and earlier in the day. And that's the reason.
Yeah, that's why we've started earlier. But then, of course, we have the A350 departures to Tokyo and Seoul that also get out of here in the late morning. And also the 330 to Honolulu. So you have a few heavy departures that will all get out here in the late morning.
So
mid to late morning.
Yeah, so what that does is that everybody can see some of those earlier heavy activities with arrivals and departures at a time of the day that when we start later in the afternoon that we're not able to share.
Or that we typically don't. Event Sports Fans 88 says, woo, 2 minutes, make it count.
Well, that's equal to a 2-minute minor penalty in hockey. So sometimes when we make reference to an aircraft that's sitting somewhere and we're not sure why, well, that could be because they're just waiting to get to their gate, or there's for some reason they're on a little bit of a hold for their departure. That's when we bring out our term, the penalty box. So 2-minute minor.
Daniel Swanson, one of our awesome mods, says winter solstice is on Sunday, December 21st at 10:03 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right, there we go.
9:03 a.m. Central Standard Time.
So go to 3059, contact departure.
So there we go, the winter solstice this weekend. Then our days get longer. Who's excited for that? Gradually. And that's really a good thing, RJ, because we'll be able to catch a lot more of the cargo action that'll come in at about around the end of the 4 o'clock hour, maybe around 5 o'clock. When the time comes, of course. Give it about another month. So I'll tell you what, I mean, we've had a couple deep freezes here in the month of December, but so far, winter's off to a pretty good start, RJ. I would really say that this is probably one of the better Decembers that I can remember out here spotting, where it's just not as cold as I remember.
Well, I know they've said, because, I'm a news person and I like to watch the national news, the local news. They've talked about how, in particular this past weekend when we had this really, really cold weather, that's more like January weather here.
Or even February. I'll tell you what, we did not get out and broadcast much in the month of February this year because it was just so darn cold the entire month.
Well, I'll tell you what, my time here has come to an end. I need to go home, I need to eat dinner.
Okay.
But it is great to see you.
Great to see you too, Logan. Thanks for dropping by to say hello.
Yep, always good to see you.
I look forward to hopefully getting out for a full stream soon. Perhaps one with some snow. That would be excellent.
Yeah, we're in the process of winterizing our setup for one of those blizzard-type streams. Yeah, we're pretty close.
I'll let you two guys handle that.
It's fine by me. I do it all the time for my own channel. I cannot wait to help out with this one. Yeah, snow spotting is something else, I tell you. Anyways, you guys enjoy the rest of the stream. Subscribe, comment, turn on notifications, all the things. Got memberships too. Anyways, enjoy the views, guys. See ya.
See ya.
See ya. Have a great night, Logan.
Yep, we'll see you, Logan.
Logan's going home to some steak.
Till the next one. Yep, and I know what I might be going to do after we're done out here today, Alex. I know you're aware of it, and I have what I need with me to do it. So
you're gonna go ski at Buck Hill.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna maybe go ski at Buck Hill for the evening. I haven't been to Buck Hill since back when I was in high school and I was competing in freestyle skiing, because we did have a couple of meets there, over a couple of seasons. So I said, why not? I do like to get out and ski other resorts besides Afton. I mean, nothing against. I'm just wanting to get out and go somewhere else. I'm here. I mean, what is it? What do you think it is down there to Buck? I mean, maybe about 20 minutes?
It's about a 20-minute drive, maybe 25 minutes, I would say. So give yourself, I would say, with traffic and everything, give yourself a good half hour. You should get down there.
Delta Kilo 3, hold short of runway 17.
They've got a nice place to go in and get something to eat that's open for an hour after they stop the lifts for the night, or as we would say in this, maybe in the ski industry, they'd stop spinning for the night, for the day. So just try somewhere different for a change.
Delta 13.
So we'll see.
Runway 17, line up and away.
Season is still very early. I'd say for the most part, a lot of the resorts here it's more closer to the Twin Cities immediate area have only been open going on 2 weeks. So The season around here in the Twin Cities, for those that may or may not know or be curious to know, will run roughly till maybe closer to the end of March. Just depends on kind of how the season goes with the coverage. I know the last day that I skied the area at Afton that we have that we call the Highlands, which is where our longest runs are. Unfortunately, because those runs face south, get hit with the sun all day. So the coverage, the last day that I was able to ski those runs at the end of last season was really sad, because I was almost skiing on grass. There was just barely enough coverage. And it was getting to be pretty suspect at the time, and lo and behold, that happened to be the last day that the Highlands were open for the season. So the next day they weren't able to open those runs up because the coverage was just so terribly thin, and in some areas it was gone completely from one day to the next. But we still had the meadows and we still had Alps, because Afton has kind of 3 different designated areas. So,
well, it's almost 3:30 o'clock. Speaking of 3:30, Delta 160 to Amsterdam will be airborne shortly, assuming that it's not held up by anything. I think they are about ready to go here. I haven't seen them push back yet from concourse F, I think.
Yeah, they're not at G today.
1506, contact departure today.
So AO 567X talking about sunrise. It actually, of course, over time up here, it goes the opposite way. We're in the summer. The sun sets much later into the evening and then comes up much earlier in the morning. So it's kind of the opposite of it this time of the year. Because I know, we were out here streaming this summer and it was still light after 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, just a trace of light.
Next time go through metering and pushes approved.
But yeah, it would be 9:30 in the evening, and I'm thinking to myself, is the sun going to go down?
Here 3, departure will be at your own risk. Altimeter 2954.
And then, yeah, the sun comes up earlier in the morning. So it doesn't get dark here for very many hours during the summer.
We're going to have a 30 left departure here off to Seattle. 321 Neo, Delta 877 will be airborne here shortly.
Delta 877, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, flight 300. Clear for takeoff. 30 left, heading 300, clear for takeoff, Delta 877.
I think it might just be lined up with the runway here, too. All right.
Delta 2392, contact ground appointment. 4654, roger, hold short, runway 30 right, traffic count 17.
Nope, actually, they are going to be lining up here. They were just cleared for takeoff before they lined up, so just caught a glimpse of them. They're hard to see. They're all the way down at the other end. So, RJ, you think they're going to do a turn and burn here? Well, they're going to take their time.
I wish we could see them better from here. I know yesterday when I was helping you out from home and the 30s were the 12s were active. I know I called out, I think, a turn and burn on one of them. It's just like, yeah, it's they're fun to watch. They're fun to be. They're even funner to be a part of, to be on board.
Oh yeah,
because I know I did one when I think what was it? I came back from Denver when I did my trip last spring, and I think I made that comment. There they come.
All right, let's sit back and watch and listen to this departure.
Yep.
2973 Minneapolis Tower, winds 230 at 9 of traffic, holding in position, runway 30 right, clear to land.
And that was an A321 Neo.
Delta 877, contact departure today.
But yeah, but getting back to my little story, I made mention of it being a turn and burn departure out of Denver. I think it was our first officer, our lady first officer for the flight coming back, and she kind of smiled at me. It's like, yeah, I know some aviation lingo, and
54 fly runway heading, runway 30 right.
it was on a 7. No, that's when I came back on the 320. When I booked my flight back specifically to come back on a 320 former Northwest Red Tail. I did that on purpose.
And if you know anything about the Delta fleet, which RJ and I both know, all of Delta's Airbus A320 aircraft are former Northwest Airlines.
And 160 has pushed, and she has started her taxi down to the end of 30 left for her departure. So if I was at home today, I would not get a flyover or get buzzed by the departure because the 30 is being active. I sometimes will get it when the 12s are active, especially 1-2 right. Not really quite so much on 1-2 left. And even when I'm at home, Alex, I still do my roll to rotate salutes. I don't know any better.
United 467 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 30.
It's our way of commemorating the old Northwest equipment. Because Minneapolis, St. Paul, this was home base for Northwest Airlines. If you talk to anybody around in the Twin Cities area that's into aviation, Northwest is the greatest of all time.
Yep, I was at home and tracking it on my flight radar app, watching them when they make that turn, and then I get up and go stand outside the front of my house, and usually then I can see them immediately, and they're still low enough with their altitude I can hear them. And of course, with the A350s, yeah, I can hear the growl. But of course, not like you're going to get it out here because they're gaining altitude. So, and I'm thinking by the time they get out to where I'm at, they're already up to maybe give or take maybe 7,000 to 8,000 feet climbing out.
Ground Alaska 555, ready to 555, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha. Delta Alpha 30 left.
Ooh, we got Alaska that's going to be coming over here to 30 left to depart. Nice. So 555, once they get out of the alley, in between concourse E and F, they will casually make their way around the south side of Terminal 1 all the way down to 30 left.
Delta 160 heavy.
So 160 heavy, tower.
I need about another 2-3 minutes before we're all set.
So 160 heavy, copy. Just let me know when you're ready, please.
We'll go.
4288, Minneapolis Tower traffic holding in position with 2309, runway 30 right, clear to land. Take the jet 631, turn left.
All right,
Whiskey
160
5,
heavy is
on the way.
approaching the end of runway 30 left.
5519.
So there's Alaska 555 coming out of the alley.
60, runway 30 right. Clear for takeoff.
So they're departing to Seattle Tacoma International tonight.
So, Alex, just as a heads up, I'm not sure if they're going to come in on our side yet. It's kind of starting to look that way. We have an inbound Bombardier Challenger 300.
467,
Okay.
fly runway, correction, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. The corner.
And I said it right this time.
You absolutely did. It's Bombardier, and it's not Bombardier. It is Bombardier. It's French.
I know. I had to remember that this time.
We did good. Yeah, there you go.
Just kind of have to sometimes train yourself a little bit to pronounce it correctly, because it could be pronounced differently, in a way that it's spelled.
That was 182, Juliet, turn right 340. 5519, heading 360, contact departure.
On the next episode of the Pronunciation Police. Ay. There you go. There goes Alaska. We'll get 160 heavy departing in front of them. We'll get Alaska 555.
467A from heading 180, clear for takeoff.
Evening action starting to get more interesting on MSP Live. Thanks for tuning in. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Twin Cities. We've had a great day of spotting so far. And we've got plenty more down the pipe. Got about another hour-ish to go.
555, monitor tower 166.7 p.m. 267, Alaska 565.
Potentially 3054, Minneapolis Tower, 6 miles from trail of a Challenger with 22011. Runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Sun Country, 54.
So, RJ, do you think we're going to see our snowy owl friend again at some point?
Well, I don't think I've ever seen one that's real up close. I mean, I think I might have seen the one that you were zooming in on a little while ago to share with our viewers. Was it off to the right of the sign over there?
Yeah, it was off to the right of the sign.
Okay. Because I think I saw it, here in the view that you had, that we were sharing with everybody. So, but it just being where it was, I really didn't, I don't think I really saw it with my naked eye.
It may be just a minute at the end with traffic trying to depart 30 left.
All right, so I think that was at that Bombardier may have just about touched down, and I do not know where they are coming in from.
Got a Mike taxi approaching us here. Meanwhile,
number 742 to Charlie, turn left at Whiskey 7, join a Whiskey to signature monitor on point 9 on the way.
Whiskey 7, Whiskey, monitor point 9.
All right, Alex, we've got another heavy that's pushing over there. I'm going to give you the info of which one it is.
Clear across 30 left and right on
Although it could be.
3568, turn right 835.
all right, what do we think?
Well, according to flight radar, I think it's the same A350 that came in on 120, so I'm wondering if they're just going to be moving it.
Yeah, it has a tug.
Okay.
One of the hangar doors is open.
Oh, yeah, so maybe they're going to...
I don't think they're going to be taking it over there, but yeah, you can see right there one of the hangar doors is open.
All right, Alex, 160 is in position to roll.
All right.
So you know what that means with what I like to do.
Well, now they're on the roll.
All right, roll to rotate salute time. So get ready to hear the sound and feel the roar.
It's the power hour.
The big bus.
Bus 555 traffic, the bus at the marker, runway 30 left, line way caution, turbus departed, heavy Airbus 330.
30 left, line way to left, 555.
United 1531, runway 17, flight 180, clear for takeoff.
We got Prime Air coming in. 737 Boeing converted freighter that just touched down on 30 left. They might hitch a left on taxiway, Mike. We'll have to see. Oh, yeah, I think we might get a Mike taxi here.
Turn left at Mike and Country.
Yep, we will.
Mike Sierra, November, hold short, runway 17, stay with me.
Mike Sierra, November, short of 17, we'll stay with you, Sun Country 36.
4270, you'll be more than 5 miles to travel, heavy Airbus 330, turn right, heading 340 at the departure end, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff. 1531 Roger, Catchall, take up turn left and join Whiskey. And you can hold short of Whiskey. If you need, just let me know what you need.
7 via Whiskey, cross runway 4, 975,
All right, and now departing for Seattle, Alaska, 555.
So as it relates to the A330 departure that we just had, Alex, I know I kind of posted it yesterday in the chat. I found some interesting information that is pretty specific to A330s and why they always have such a butter landing. And I wanted to share that information today, but at the moment I cannot find it on my phone. So when I do find it, I'm going to maybe just take some screenshots of it, and then I'll have it to share the next time that I'm out there, because it is a bit interesting. I think I found it under an article on Simple Flying, which is one that I follow on Facebook. So there is a reason why the A330s are known for that butter landing.
Yeah, there's
So-
2298, turn right at Charlie, underground point 9.
Charlie, ground point 9.
Next time.
3531, that's start Mike Cross, turn left, your left, join the whiskey.
Mike Cross, 30 left, go to Whiskey, go 3531. Grand United 2010, drop of 30 left at Charlie, 29. Alright, 2298, now contact CB at Charlie, Charlie 5, at Charlie, Charlie 5 is the hour, 2010.
The 1531 Roger, join Kilo and runway 17 line up. 1531, sorry, I missed it again. Cylinder 979er Whiskey Mike, ma'am, starting number 2 behind you, right ahead. United 1531, 12407, decimal 8, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Okay, 9 Whiskey Mike, runway 17, line up way. 4262, Memphis Tower, wind 2306, decimal 8, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Hey, Benjamin, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, that's interesting. Saw that 320 with the same mismatched nose cone on another stream recently. Oh, that's funny. So go ahead and bring that comment up here. Yeah, that was the 320 that we just took a look at.
Under 9 Whiskey Mike, wind 2307, gust 18, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear takeoff. Gas 3531, runway 17, line of point. The 1531 heading 180.
So 350 votes later on our poll.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Are we out of town for the holidays or are we staying home? And if you're out of town, are we taking a flight somewhere or another mode of transport? And 76% of you, out of the 350 that voted, said, nope, staying home.
6650, Tango Alpha, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey across the airport.
Well, I'm not going anywhere. I got scheduled.
You know, to be honest, I'm kind of happy that I'm staying home this year because the last 2 years, maybe last 3 years, I've been out of town. So it's nice to finally spend Christmas here in Minnesota. With proper snow on the ground.
Gas 3531, wind 230, gust
Yeah,
18,
at the
fly
moment
heading
there really
180,
isn't
runway
much more of
17,
it in the
clear
forecast either.
Yeah.
Except for maybe what's coming our way starting
takeoff.
later tomorrow night and into
230,
Thursday.
Contact departure.
No kidding. Before we have a quick break here, I want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported by our friends over at DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. Now is actually a really good time to go check out their site and get a gift for somebody, maybe even yourself if you're a big aviation fan. They've got a ton of stuff. They get all the latest die casts, aircraft model collectibles. You can pre-order the latest releases from Gemini, NG models, and others.
Visit 910 Minneapolis.
They also inspect all their models before they ship them out, too. I think they're one of the few places, if not the only place, that does that. So you can always expect top-notch quality from DG Pilot. I've bought quite a few things from DG Pilot over the years, even before this whole broadcast, this whole project got started. Love DG Pilot. They got a lot more than just aviation model collectibles for us aviation enthusiasts. They got a bunch of travel gear and accessories for your next trip. You know that some of you are planning on taking a trip for the holidays. Hey, maybe go get yourself a new passport cover, a new travel bag, or tote accessory over at DG Pilot. They got a lot of high-quality gear as well, too. I've checked out some of it. It's worth a look. Absolutely. And they got guides. Also, if you're looking to go somewhere and do something fun, hey, I don't know where to go, but I'm here. Well, they got travel guides for you. So you are equipped to do, or you are equipped with the info to do some fun things. We've got a ton of Minnesota-made local goods as well. I think there's over 50 different vendors, if memory serves. It might be a little high, but, they're always getting a lot of fun stuff in. They also have strip waffles and coffee.
I had one on Saturday because
there you go. Get your strip waffle. Hey,
but not there.
Go to DG Pilot and get your strip waffles. We still have them.
We had some of, I think it was one of our other volunteers bringing a pack of the strip waffles for when we were doing our Kids Day on Saturday night.
Yeah.
I had one. I've had my share of them.
So check out the link below to go get your aviation swag on at DG Pilot. And you can get even more aviation swag by checking out our other wonderful supporter, Jet Set shirts. Eric does an amazing job with all of the AvGeek and travel enthusiast inspired designs. I love Eric. He's a fun guy. And he really captures the essence of what it means to be an aviation enthusiast with the apparel that he has. So there's a lot of fun designs, like MDDC t-shirt. For all of our McDonnell Douglas fans out there. They've got a lot more, too. They have a new 767 meme shirt out. That's pretty funny. But you're just going to have to click the link below and check it out. There's a lot of fun stuff on there. And, everything is well made, reasonably priced. Same with DG Pilot as well, too. Sneak that in here. So both are a fantastic part of our local community of aviation enthusiasts, and just within the whole realm of aviation here in the Twin Cities. And Jet Set shirts certainly captures the spirit of that. So get yourself a Jet Set shirt today. Go to jetsetshirts.com by clicking the link below. I know I'm probably going to get a couple. So Delta 152 Heavy to Paris is on time today for a 4:40 p.m. departure, so I think we'll stick around and catch that. But anyway, getting back to it there. Wear a slice of the Jet Set life at jetsetshirts.com.
Yeah, I was just pointing that out because I wasn't sure if we were going to make it or not with the daylight.
Well, they're certainly on time. No de-icing needed today. Now, sunset's around 4:30. Dusk is a little bit later than that. So, it's cutting it close. Also, have you checked out the MSP Airport Spotting Discord server? I'd like to have you on there. Link is below to start chatting with other MSP aviation enthusiasts. We have a really wonderful community of people.
Zero Tango Alpha, turn right heading 230, contact.
So yeah, there's a lot of fun discussion in there. It's nice and laid back. There's no real, you know what I mean. There's no drama. It's all fun. It's all laid back. And it's everything MSP Airport spotting. So we'd love to see you on there as well. You can also chat with me and all the other people who do MSP Live. We're in there. A lot of other local folks.
So we are currently getting a flyover from FedEx 5236 out of Indianapolis.
I would get the flyover if
headed
not
to
for the
Anchorage.
fact. I would get the flyover if not for the fact we have a departure. I was getting excited there for a second. I'm like, wait, we got a departure. I was getting excited there for a second. I'm like, wait, we got a departure.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Nope, false alarm.
Darn it.
There's our FedEx flight. So we'll get the overflight here instead. That's actually pretty cool.
Yep, we can still see them.
Nice catch, RJ.
Yep, you're welcome. I know on a day today where we had some of the, the blue sky, it was easy to catch all these contrails. It's like, where's everybody going? They're going somewhere. And they're up there.
3061 fly heading 180.
It's kind of like, one of those moments in time when you're out and there's a lot of people around and you're just kind of like people watching. It's just like, where's everybody going?
Samples arrival latest, Mike, departure to Zulu, altimeter 2954.
Yeah, Benjamin, I agree. Downright balmy.
Regarding our weather here.
4952 minutes, contact, pop it again.
All right, I'm going to give you guys the wide look. So those are what our skies above are currently looking like at the moment. Look at that. How's that for a view? I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we be doing these really wide angle shots from time to time?
Ground Sun Country 107. Country 107, early 17, Calvin Sherry Kilo Cross. Delta 1036, 12307, flying heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 1036 heading 180, contact departure, see you.
Jazz 717 cleared 30 right joining Papa.
717 after ground afternoon taxi via Delta to the alley.
Yeah, Jazz 717.
Delta 377, push approved.
Push approved, Delta 377.
So 3834 afternoon, push approved, line 17.
Push approved, 117, Southwest 3834.
Windows 1165 is on Papa.
1165 afternoon, taxi Papa across runway 4.
Taxi Papa across runway 4, United 1165. Sun Country 107, Southwest Tower, wind 2208, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Ground Southwest 3834 taxi.
So 3834 Minneapolis, runway 17 taxi, Tango Kilo across runway 4 through the 17 taxi.
17 Tango Kilo across 14 Southwest 3830.
So 3834 Roger on Tango and cross runway 4.
Cross 4 on Tango Southwest 3830.
Course 3817 afternoon, push approved, land runway 30 right.
Just checking flight radar here for a moment. So unfortunately, our albino 747 for Atlas Air is going to be arriving after dark. So after dusk, when the viewing area is closed. So we will keep an eye out the rest of this week and next week. And they'll be around here the rest of this week and maybe next week leading up until the Christmas holiday for the peak cargo season. But I'll tell you what, Delta 152 Heavy to Paris looking like it'll be on time for a 4:40 p.m. departure. So I think what we're going to do is this. We will stay on. We will capture 152 Heavy depart, barring any delays. Now, it looks like that there is some of the cloud cover that was blanketing the area moving out here just gradually. That will hopefully give the sun some space to shine. Certainly hoping that the sun is going to come out and illuminate everything in its golden rays. So we were kind of robbed of some golden hour lighting here this evening because of that cloud cover that exists off to our west behind us.
Air 4690, we have to runway 17, taxi, pop the mic, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 30 left. Air 4690, the call sign was cut out there, as you confirm, at mic, hold short of runway 30 left.
So yeah, that's that cloud cover off to our west that I'm kind of talking about. See, folks are still out for those snowy owls. We have one sighted. I don't know if our little snowy friend is still out there. Well, in the same place that it was earlier when we caught it on stream. We need them to come over here a little bit closer.
Tell 377 Minneapolis ground, wait for an RJ to pass off your right side, then runway 30 left, taxi, pop the Charlie and Alpha.
Wait for the RJ on the right side and 30 left.
And you know, it's getting to be that time. Owls are starting to wake up for the night.
34, Minneapolis Star, be advised to be a few minutes delay. I got traffic inbound to Satellite Airport.
So we got a new updated estimated departure time of 4:51. That might be just out of reach for Delta 152 Heavy. We'll stay on until about 4:35 or so. So we've got quite a bit left. Or a little bit left, I should say.
Air 4690, monitor tower on 126.7. Minneapolis Tower.
Okay.
Control terminals for the Airbus 319, wind 2308, runway 30 left, go ahead. 30 left, clear land,
So the official time for dusk today, closing time at the viewing area is around 5:10 p.m.
Delta 2057 taxi.
3834, runway 17, line up and wait about 2 more minutes. 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
17 Quebec, Mycroft 4, short of 30 left, up 0.7.
Like, where is everybody, Alex? We have no arrival. Oh, now we do have an arrival.
Yeah, we do.
There they are. It's just like I was off mic because I was putting some hand warmers inside of my ski boots. Because they've been sitting in my car with some mittens shoved inside to help try to keep them from getting too cold. So they'll start to warm up. And believe it or not, you can buy boot bags that have the ability to be plugged in to help keep your boots warm.
Okay.
And I just actually got a new one. The one I've had for a mega long time. So I treated myself to a new one, but I didn't just make the decision to get that spendy to get one of those. So this arrival is actually United 732 from Denver.
That's a 3834 heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Right turn there, Charlie. Contact ground at point 9 or 6.
Does that sound like our good friend Joe?
4600 Astron taxiway Mike, cross runway 30 left, right turn to whiskey.
Yes, it does.
See ya.
He usually works the night shift, too.
That is approved.
So you know how we like those Metro liners.
Got the mosquito.
There's one coming in on short final.
Yep, before we catch that.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, if you're working tonight, hey, hello.
Hi Joe.
Hope you're doing well. Have a good shift, by the way.
126.7.
So yeah, we extend a big shout out to all of our wonderful MSP tower controllers.
With 3834, contact department of safety.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've had to pretty much run the gauntlet this year. They've had to orchestrate the chaos around 2 phases of runway construction on 12 right, 30 left this year. Had to bear the brunt of what the government shutdown brought earlier this year.
With 377 Master, trying to full cross downfield, runway 30 left, line up point. 30 left, line up point.
So we appreciate you guys, or what you guys do, immensely.
November, hold short at runway 17.
Mike, Sierra, November, at November, hold short, runway 17, 10 right.
2057 Master and taxiway Mike, traffic's in position. Cross runway 30 left, right turn on whiskey.
Cross 30 left at Mike, right on whiskey, up to 2057.
And that's their normal taxi speed.
Endeavor 46.
Say that again.
180, 180, runway 17. Clear for takeoff.
So they're not speeding. That's normal. Oh. So the intermittent beep sound is the...
That's our scanner. It needs some batteries.
Yep,
We'll go throw some in
she's
there.
hungry.
Yep.
So just stand by. She's about to get her batteries changed.
All right, we have our means of scanning back.
Yes. All the interesting communications that go on in between the tower here and the aircraft.
Sliding 180, 180, runway 17, service takeoff. 35, 34 match on the winds are 230 at 8, runway 30 left, clear to line.
30 left, clear to line, 35, 34.
Okay, Alex, it looks like I'm pulling up an update for the estimated departure for 152. It has been changed to 450.
It's a slight delay. Oh, nice. We've got some sun here that's kind of peeking out now. There goes our Q400 off to Regina, Saskatchewan.
Delta cross, runway 30 left, Delta and top of the gate. You can monitor ground on
WestJet.
Delta cross to the left, Delta pop of the gate, 49 first thing.
The 2057, contact parcel safe.
So it sounds like we're going to try to stick it out for 152.
Yeah, I say let's try and stick it out for 152 heavy.
All right. So that kind of gives our viewers a ballpark time frame of how much longer we're going to be able to stay live today. Because the current time here is about 20 after 4.
Sir, 6, make right turn, come back to the gate.
Back to the gate, first thing.
You bet, Rosie. Rosie says, gotta head out. Thanks for the stream today. You bet.
Yep, thanks for watching.
Mary's Aviation 1 says, hi, y'all. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Currently awaiting the departure of Delta 152 Heavy. Now, it was scheduled for a 4:40 p.m. wheels up departure time that has since been pushed back to around 4:50. I'm hoping they can get out of here when they were originally scheduled, so.
Yeah, we can always go by that information on Flight Radar, because that's, even though they make the change on the app, that may not necessarily always end up being the case. But unfortunately, it could be a bit of an indication she might be experiencing a very, very slight delay. But let's hope not.
Hi, Cody. Cody says, hey, guys, hope you're staying warm. Love seeing the blue skies again. Yeah, I'm right with you there. I'm sick of all the overcast stuff.
Enough already.
Yeah, anyway, been watching some contrails finally from where I live. Live right in between the MSP and O'Hare corridors. So we have lots of contrails. All right, cool. Yeah, watching some of those overflights are pretty fun.
Yeah, I know. When I see them, I always like to pull grab my phone and open up my Flight Radar app and figure out who is it and where they're going and where did they originate from.
Yep.
And then just like, oh, that's cool.
So do we know where Delta 152 Heavy is going to be departing from today, as in terms of what concourse will they be pushing back from?
Probably
I think concourse G.
Yep, because there's a couple of heavies over there.
So there's Concourse G on the south side of Terminal 1. Glad the sun was able to come out for golden hour a little bit. Because we had this sheet of low-lying cloud cover that kind of obscured the sun until just recently. I'll tell you what, golden hour out here at MSP is pretty special. Especially in the wintertime.
Look at the reflection off of everything.
Yeah, in the summer it's pretty intense. In the winter, not quite, but it's really cool with some of the different colors that this time of day gives us. And of course, it always helps to have the sun at your back too, so everything's properly lit in front of you and you're not looking into the sun. So the temperature right now, 39 degrees. I don't think we quite got into the 40s, RJ, but you know what? The fact that we had a day like today where it was this high above freezing for this time of year in the month of December, I don't think you can ask for much more.
No, we got close. And I know, I guess there's that old saying, close only counts in what, horseshoes? But
Yep.
I know it felt nice earlier when I got, home from when I was doing the tires on my car and did a couple quick things and then left to come out here when I was outside and just like, oh yeah, this is nice. But that was earlier this afternoon, and of course the one thing about being back up here is during this time of the year, the sun doesn't get as high over us in the sky. So we do feel the effects of that. So, and of course, in our days just being so much shorter. So I'm spotting another aircraft that's kind of doing a flyover of us here at MSP. I think, Alex, looks like you're trying to capture it. That, if you're able to get it, that is Alaska Airlines Flight 34 to JFK from Seattle. They are up at 35,000. So, of course, when our sky is like this here, we can see them. Just like you would if you were anywhere else and the skies were clear. So, Alex, we do have an arrival in sight coming in, and it looks like...
I was going to say, this is just about the most lonely that I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's...
MSP Airport here on a Tuesday afternoon at this time of day.
And it's a Gulfstream that's coming in. I don't know where they're coming from. There's no available information, but at the moment, yeah, we're kind of in a lull.
A big one. I'm kind of surprised. G-Man 5051 asks us, can you explain what a heavy is? Yeah, absolutely. So a heavy typically refers to a wide-body aircraft, or an aircraft with a heavy wake turbulence. So if somebody is talking about a heavy, that's a wide-body aircraft such as a 330, a 747, A380. Well, actually, the 380 is a super. Yep, 747s, A350s, 777s, those would count as heavies. It's all the big jets. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's fun to be a part of this team, Alex, is we do educate our viewers. So as much as everybody likes to watch airplanes, they may or may not be quite as up on the terminology for things.
That's all right.
So we're always glad to help.
Yes, 4169, push approved, plan 17 if you like, otherwise I can get you 30 right your choice.
Roger Williams, the 757 is not classified as a heavy. It's an honorary heavy in my book.
4169, roger.
But not quite. Hey, Paul, happy Tuesday. Tuning in from South Wales in the UK. Live under the transatlantic flight path into Europe and get some great contrail action in the early morning. Oh, nice. Yeah, we've had quite a few overflights. We had some good contrails over here at MSP Airport in the Twin Cities. Wish today was a little bit more clear than you can really see them in the skies above. Yeah, you're welcome, Roger. When I first started plane spotting, I used to mistake the 757s for heavies myself. I mean, oh, here comes a heavy. And then I look, I'm like, oh. That's how big the 757 is. It's the largest narrow-body twin jet ever constructed. That being the 757-300, which we see plenty of those here at MSP Airport. Northwest had 16 of them, and then Delta inherited all of them at the merger in 2008.
Wow, Alex, we're getting some really spectacular color from the sun's going down behind us. I know you're probably, I don't know if you're going to be able to get the camera turned around to see this. But,
we can.
Okay. Because this is an example for those of us that are regular, for those of you that are regular viewers. See if I can get that right.
That is a beautiful sky. We will turn that around here in just a second.
This is the difference of where the sun is behind us for approaching sunset than when we've showed it here during the summer when we look straight down the sidewalk that we're set up on, and that's where the sun is, more directly off to our immediate left with all these light poles, and how much it is behind us at this point in time of the year.
I think that might be the private jet of Alex Rodriguez. I think I see his logo on the tail.
Oh, the one that's just come in?
Yeah, A-Rod might be in town here.
Okay. Yeah, because that's been the only thing that's been kind of showing up that's close enough. That's an arrival.
All right, we'll turn the camera around so we can see that gorgeous sunset.
Yeah, so we won't actually be able to see the sun itself because of everything else that's behind us, but
4713 maps on the
yeah, there's some interesting color there.
Right, clear to land.
So hang on, everybody.
Even better, number 5412, runway 30 right, clear for the option.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 23 with you, visual 30 left.
1123,
And there it is.
2308, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left.
Tony Chrysler says, thanks for the stream, Alex. Well, I think on your behalf, I can say you're welcome. Alex is off his headset at the moment, working the camera. And Roger Williams, thanks for the update. The Gulfstream came in from Dulles. Looks like from what he has access to.
Yep. Yeah, we know the 747's about 35 minutes out. The viewing area closes at 5:10 p.m., which is civil dusk here in the Twin Cities. This viewing area, well open to the public, it closes at dusk, and that is enforced. So that's why you don't see really any nighttime spotting on the channel. Open dawn to dusk every day.
So yeah, if you look this area up on Google or Google Maps or anything like that, and if you look at the information where it says, you know, the hours that it's opened and closing, that is really not accurate.
We'll take the graphics off the screen for you. Have a nice clean frame.
The winds are 230 at 9, runway 30 left, clear to land.
So it's getting to be close to that time here. I think we're gonna continue to wait. As long as we can, anyway.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Delta 152 Heavy, but I haven't seen them push back yet.
Yeah, and I don't think their transponder's not even on.
So their
Number 1 at
departure
79,
might get pushed back after dark. It kind of is a little disappointing, but it is what it
Airport
is.
726, Minneapolis ground, roger, runway 30 right for departure, taxi via pop-up.
Yeah, it's been pushed back just a little bit more, Alex. 457.
Right, taxi via pop-up.
It has just been changed, obviously, unfortunately.
For the 152 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, evening, push approved,
Oh,
plan runway
never mind.
30 left.
Push approved 30 left, Delta 152.
Okay.
All right, well, that's encouraging.
Just 4169, thanks, runway 30 right for departure, taxi via pop. You're going to follow the number 2 leading.
And you know what? I think their beacons are on.
Yeah, I see them.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
That's good news.
Correction, sketch 4169, join pop behind the RJ9 from the left, please.
And they're pushing. There's a heavy moving over there.
All right, so we are going to hang around and catch 152 Heavy. There we go.
402, taxi via pop. What was the gate?
So hang on, everybody. Alex is going to turn the camera back around.
Behind the second one, they're leading 79, sorry.
And we're going to start looking at 152. They are in the process of being pushed back from their gate at the G concourse.
Wind 230 at 10, 230 at 10. Denver 5412, you can join Quebec as you're able to begin.
So yeah, there's an example that sometimes when you look at flight radar with the times for departures, it's not always completely correct.
Delta 1123, turn right, the runway's available, center ground point 9.
Right center on the runway, ground point 9, have a go on Delta 1123. Ground below Delta 1123 is clearing on 460.
So there we go, Delta 152 Heavy. This is the finale tonight. Now, we'd like to stay on later and catch the 747, but it will arrive after the viewing area is closed, which is civil dusk. So we'll get 152 Heavy departing here. Hopefully in just a moment.
Yeah, from where they are at the G concourse, it's not as far to taxi down for a 30 left departure as it is for a 12 right. Because we are closer to the end of 12 right. So we are almost, pretty much straight on across from the control tower.
Delta 2463, turn right, the runway's available, center ground point 9.
Soccer man, yeah, I agree. I wish the Lufthansa would come back to Minneapolis, St. Paul. I think they might still be in a fleet shortage of wide-body aircraft that they could send on a route from Frankfurt to Minneapolis. So they are having their low-cost subsidiary Discover keep the seat warm for them in the form of holding on to their gate slot here. Good night, Roger. Thanks for tuning in. Roger also says, RJ, be careful of Buck Hill.
Why? Any particular reason? I've always been a pretty good skier, so I'm not worried about that. Yeah, I'm just looking for somewhere different to go. I have the ability to ski at Afton, pretty much any time. So I have the whole season. It's there. So it's just, and I'm not the only one. People that work at these ski resorts like to get out and ski at other ones too. I mean, I'm not the only one. And from here at the viewing area, it's not that far down to Buck. Overlooks, is it 35E? 35W down there. Because is Buck, Alex, is where Buck Hill is? I mean, is it north or south where 35 splits?
It's right at the split.
Right at the split. Okay, so it's just right along I-35. So, and Buck is not nearly as big, of course, as Afton. So even if I go over there and go out for a couple of hours, that's plenty. Because I'm one to go out and rip. I don't stop. And speaking of, actually, when I've talked about this in the past, when I'm out skiing, I come up to where you load a lift. That's my version of clear for takeoff. And then as the chair comes up and you have a lift operator with the assistance of the loading there, then it's rotate. And then you start your ride up. That's positive climb and wheels up. And I get up to the top and unload it, and it's...
we got a heavy 7.6 as well. UPS is flying in from Chicago Rockford tonight.
Oh, do we have one of them coming in now?
I think so.
All right, I'll check. And then as I was saying, to kind of finish my little story, when I unload at the top, then it's turn and burn. Yep. On short final, 7.6 UPS. They are next to touchdown. So, and the lifts run down there till 9 o'clock tonight. So that's the thing about here skiing in the Midwest. We have night skiing because our resorts are small enough where we're lit. Now, the one exception to that would be Lutsen, up on the North Shore, north of Duluth.
I think here's our 767.
Yep, she just touched down. That's her there.
1501. I'll push approved runway 17.
Push approved runway 17, yeah, 13-1.
So we're going to get a mic?
Possibly so.
Yeah.
UPS 5556 heavy, turn left when you're able, at ground. Point detecting Mike Tango if you're able to make Mike and monitor ground point 9 on the way.
All right.
Okay, taxi Mike Tango, monitor ground point 9.
I think they'll make it.
Oh, yeah, they're going to go on Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Look at that. How about a couple bonus heavies?
And one other thing about Buck Hill, Alex, for those that are not aware, there are some notable Olympians.
Yes.
That have started
Lindsey
out.
Vonn.
That have started their careers from there. Yep. And how about Lindsay? She just, within the last few days, she won a downhill over in, was it Switzerland? She came out of retirement.
Whoops. Wrong way on the zoom.
All right, so 152 is down there. Although we do have an arrival coming in that she's going to be waiting for, and that arrival will be from Savannah, a former Northwest A319 Delta Flight 2574, and then after that there is another arrival coming in, but we'll see if they sneak her out in between. Because of course, yeah, it gets to be this time of the day and it's starting to get dark. And all the arrivals, of course, have their lights on. We can see them. And oh, by the way, when it comes to my skis, I know, Alex, I showed you earlier, I have red tails on my skis. On the heels of my bindings.
Approved, runway 17. Push through for 17, Delta.
Because when I step into them, they stick up like the tail of an airplane.
All right, cover the ground, the beacon's on. Brakes release, clear to push, going to 17.
Still on ground.
All right, so our arrival has just touched down on 30 left, and we'll see.
Up 2 hold short, 30 left.
All right, I'm seeing 152 moving on my flight radar, so I think, I hope, they have been cleared onto the runway. Because there's a lot of arrivals out there that we can see at the moment. At the moment, see 5. Actually 6. Actually 7.
A big pan to the right. So you can show them.
All those lights out there. Those are all inbound arrivals.
So fun to see.
So heads up, Alex. 152 is pulling onto the runway.
720 Minneapolis ground, United leaving your tail now. Your push is approved. 30 right.
Push approved, 30 right.
All right, everybody. This will be our last catch of the day.
Yeah, it's getting dark.
Minneapolis Tower, Southwest 3340.
Yep, and this place closes at dusk.
Visual 30 left.
Southwest 3340, ma'am, sir, 125 at 6, runway 30 left, clear the land. Traffic
And
south, right
152
side,
today
south,
is a
south,
former
south,
Northwest A330-300. And she's on the roll.
custom jet blast, traffic's full, 3 out, at Alpha 3, cross, runway 30 left, going West California.
Hey, cross 30 left, Alpha 3.
Here's to hoping everybody on board 152 tonight has a wonderful flight to Paris.
Delta 2288, Minneapolis Tower, West 250 at 7, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Hey, Gordon. Love the post and the chat with all the red tails. I know I started out my day earlier kind of helping with the moderating, but yeah, I made my way out here eventually, like I said I would.
Welcome, Circuit Breaker. Yeah, you're welcome.
2275 at Charlie.
G-Man, you are welcome.
Charlie, wait for United, help the flight.
Well, RJ, tell you what, it's been a lot of fun.
Oh, always.
And folks, make sure that you stay subscribed so you are notified when we go live next here from MSP Airport. Looking to go live hopefully maybe on Saturday towards the end of the week. So no streams Wednesday, Thursday, I know that for a fact. We'll see what Friday's looking like. And again, with the winter weather, it just depends. Favorite highlight of the day, RJ?
You know me, that's A330s. Always.
But which one?
Oh, well, geez, really?
I'm going to ask that question.
I have to pick just one.
87 right at Delta.
Well, okay, I'm going to go the one to Amsterdam because I've been there.
Thanks, Kay Flynn. Have a good night.
The A330s to AMS. My friends over there will appreciate that.
Absolutely awesome. Have a great night, too, Megan. Thanks for watching us.
Minneapolis arrival was Alpha. Departure rate is November.
So, everybody, that'll just about do it for RJ and I. We'll be back at it some point later this week, maybe next week, early on, depending on the weather. We'll keep you updated.
3384 map star 1250 at 11 gust 18 runway 30.
So have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again in the next installment of Live Plane Spotting on MSP Airport Live. Happy spotting, everybody. We'll see you soon.
And as our friend says, see ya.
See ya.
Welcome to DG Pilot, Aviation, Collectibles, and more, and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.